As we are once again live upon the internet. As I double check that we are actually alive upon the internet, as everything having a bit rate and stuff and being set to public and stuff and things and stuff. And I get to catch up. Yay! As yeah, we're gonna press space to start the standard talk about PTS, and then I finally get to catch up to everyone. It's a little bit closer than we used to be. Right. That's a choice. Yeah, let's. Everything seems bigger, but actually no, this is the same size, this is the same size. It's just because of the character being so much closer, everything else feels bigger as well. That's odd. Yeah, let's just jump in. Let's see. I still haven't watched the video yet either.
Entering safe area.
This was just after the... That's when the save is, just after...
Agent, we're lucky to have you with us.
Actually, the next league is...
This is our first mission with Keener. He's currently under White House arrest, so if you're willing to take this mission, you need to meet him in the basement.
Well, they're, of course, putting story stuff in...
You don't want to keep Vanguard waiting. Patience is not one of his many virtues.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have to. Usually there's no story stuff in PTS. Just because, you know, they don't wanna spoil anything, but in this case, I guess they have to. Although honestly, I'm not that much interested in like game mode stuff. We'll figure that out like tomorrow. I'm much more interested in, as I'm in the background setting up to bring up this, yeah, burst and sustain tables and checking the differences now between the builds and how we kind of stack up and stuff. That's much more of an interest to me. Let's actually go with this version, although actually with the game there. I already did ARs yesterday at like a half hour at work. After lunch or after dinner. And I already input the AR side of stuff. Let's actually go to Trello. And it's weapons and talents here, right? Yeah. Because, yeah, what I didn't have, of course, is if the exotics have carried over just normal weapons. This was yeah, this save that they've copied over is from during what was it called? The Guardians. That's why I have that equipped. It's actually equipping AR, so that ARs are at the top. Because yeah, let's just try that again. Let's just start getting some of this data in. Now I'm of course running into the issue that everything is graded to 25, but we can work around. It shouldn't be too annoying. Or well, or 10 or 25. Because yeah, let's just actually we don't even need to, because if the base damage is within like a little bit of it, we know already that it's going to be the same. So if this 70, yeah, so this is likely the same as that. For the capacitor, let's just start going into this. Let's work out, yeah. Oh yeah, basically everything is getting touched, especially in these burst and sustain levels. Although this isn't that hard because the framework is already set up, luckily in a way, where if I basically fill in these numbers. Like these aren't like numbers I've put in. This is getting calculated here. So we just need to input these numbers. And I was actually thinking, I didn't have really time to look yesterday, but I was looking at like maybe OCR software, maybe to maybe just bad ads. I think it would be more time for me to figure out how like OCR will work, and then also like copying it over than me just typing it over. Yeah, that's a capacitor Eagle 47.4. That is that one. Okay, so yeah, they did get the changes. Also, we can see it from the RPM because now it's not beyond Striker. It's just beyond like it's on Glass Red or something. Because it is 850 as well. So this is basically just this 416, 850 as well now. The P416 went up like twice in RPM in recent times. And then what this does have is a 60 rep Mac. Bighorn. Oh, is this why it's 42? Ah. Wait, but then just do it to this. Don't do it to the AUG. Because with the AUG, yeah, this looks like an oversight. So they wanted to get the Bighorn to 42. Likely. But they also made the normal AUG that. Because yeah, the AUG is yeah, especially the invisible hand, because you got to remember basically like invisible hand is like 10% more than, well, at least 7% more than like flatline, even without even needing the use of it. AUG is on burst is here like 7% behind, so it makes up for that with that invisible hand, which is a little bit weird. It's actually currently, what is the max size of a Bighorn currently? I don't know that off the top of my head. It was 30, right? It was just 30. I feel I would remember if it was something like 42. That was 40. That's with a plus 10, isn't it? No, not mine. It was, yeah, it was 40, so now it's 42. That is capacitor, but then capacitor has 41. Ten weapon handling. Oh, that's so nice. Reload time now showing 2 digits. Ah, I love it already. I love that already. Oh yeah, let me catch up here as well. And hey Marin and hey Heartspiller. They're making Heartbreaker. I don't think Obliterate will still. Obliterate is still the easiest, like out of those. Still one of the easiest to trigger. Also keep in mind that everything is preliminary. This is all subject to, you know, if we want things to not be this way, make your voice heard, and you know, it's preferably in a constructive way and not the way that a bunch of dickheads did with the seasonal characters, because that's not constructive. Wait, do we have the Eagle Bearer? Which one are we missing? Chameleon, but yes, Saint Elmo. Man, it's also FAMAS no longer being 44191. Like I have to now learn a new number. Although, yeah, we'll have to actually see if the FAMAS kind of survives. Hell, we have to see if ARs even survive. because I have a hunch that that might not be the case. I'm 4. Oh, it's even showing up. Wait, it's why is it? Man, this is a little clunky the way they've done this, because it now also shows headshot percentage, but is that just, why is it 88? So that's getting it from SMGs, but why is this 88? Oh, Providence got changed, of course, to 13. And that looks so awkward. Having it be 13s and 6.5s and stuff like that. Because yeah, it used to be 90, of course, with Providence in there for ARs. ARs being base 75. And I'm surfacing that is actually a good thing here, but I mean, most people would learn pretty quickly. Yeah, so so this is still actually as well. I wouldn't mind taking the reloads from in-game with. Although, does this build have weapon handling? No, right? Oh, actually, the 2.5s and stuff is already with the watch, because yeah, this is the AK. And yeah, this would be normally higher, of course, without the watch. This we still have our watch with, right? Yeah. Oh wait, we don't have all gear anymore? That got taken by this? Okay. Passive side. Taking the all gear button is gonna fuck up some people. I barely use it ever, but still. Elmo, that's what I was looking at. Elmo is 60 now. Actually, let's take the in-game stated numbers. Let's actually get this all. This build has no weapon handling, right? No. So it's actually, let's actually can have a double check here, because ACR, where's the ACR even? 211, 249. Okay, so they did take like numbers like this with the watch, so that all looks fine. But then, of course, these will have weapon handling differences. At least for that, the capacitor also has 10, so 186. Although, actually, why is it jumping? Or it was the PDR 223. Well, how is 10 weapon handling taking that to 186? Where's the PDR? 223. I think this has like the old weapon hand or the old reload time still. Kind of has to, because the PDR's one got increased. We're just going to take this number, whatever it is, just for now. Bighorn 192. Eagle Bearer 199. So Eagle Bearer also has 10 weapon handling, right? Yeah. Yeah, we'll need the Chameleon. Actually, we can already take that from here. Let's take that already. So Vector 45 is going to be 38,295. 38,295. Let's actually see if that kind of... no. So it's 44.7. Is this just the old number still? No. What number is this then? 44.7? It's just something different. Well, what was it before? Because I still have those here. Did they get a plus weapon damage thing? I guess it got a plus weapon damage thing. Because a few had those or like weapons had plus weapon damage next to their name. So I should go see if that's the case, because that'll explain also what that is. Why would you put this in alphabetical order? No, it doesn't have actually. So what is this number then? What is it derived from? So actually, do we even have 44.7? Because it's also not the old base, because the old base is 39.9. Is there even a 47 in this list? On the Banshee there is. For now, let's just put it in as a 47. Now we can back calculate it. Let's actually do that. Let's actually just use this, because we're gonna use one later anyway. Is it today? So 240921 PTS tu22. Actually, it's like a PTS 1. So I have way more than just one. Okay. And now we can. So let's back calculate it. So this is 107,209. And now we can just have 140. So 44,670. We'll go with that. 44,670. But it always had its own like number, right? It's actually when we go to SMG, like Vector has a different number than it, right? Because I always also had a different RPM. So let's put this here for now. Let's go back to 50, 2.18. Although we of course have to kind of compare them on build actually. Okay. Copy this out, put it here, and put it here. And now let's actually sort them, and then I'll be ARs done for now. Well, let me catch up as well as I'm kind of in my own world. And either whip up and 96. So the PTS testing going. I'm first just gonna make the burst and sustain tables. I haven't actually really. I still haven't watched the stream that they did. We're gonna likely, if I get this done, we're gonna watch that, and then actually I'll know what the new game mode kind of is, or well, what this is. I still actually have no idea. But yeah, I'm much more interested first in this, and then a few calculations for a few builds, seeing how Heartbreaker now stacks up against Striker and stuff in different variation, and what ongoing also is now, and yeah, those especially, and then likely I'm gonna do most of my game testing, but yeah, I won't be around this evening as well because I'm working this evening as well. But I start pretty late. I've arranged for me to have at least till 5-ish today, or 6-ish at most, before I have to go. And then yeah, we'll do a lot of testing tomorrow. Or actually playing the game tomorrow, because I haven't had much chance to play. And Assault and Dragon as well. Perfect modifiers, it works better, and the Dragon. Yeah. There's actual PTS. Although I'm not playing the actual PTS. I'm mostly just collating the data and stuff here. Because yeah, we didn't have the full numbers for the exotics, so I'm putting those in now. Although as well, that's just ARs done. We have to go through all of these still. This file as well, if you want to read along, it's actually in the burst and sustain DPS table thingy. It's out here, just under construction at the end. I don't know. Honestly, as well, actually looking at this, because I was looking at it yesterday already, the P416 went up by a lot, especially on its burst and stuff. It used to be actually around the same position, but just the whole thing has been squinched up, and a bunch of weapons are now underneath it. And the M4 especially as well. Both of them got moved up. So actually Elmo and Eagle Bear both are kind of up here now. Because M4 actually did receive a bunch of loving that it needed. So Elmo, I mean, it's still going to be likely worse than the Eagle Bear, but yeah, likely that one is going. So that didn't try PTS, so it's going because of Striker nerf. That's always going to be the thing. And keep in mind, even the Striker nerf, Striker is still going to be the top damage dealing build for chest Striker. So whenever you can, so for incursions and stuff and such, we're still going to run it. Chest Strikers are basically still there. With how they've set it up now with Heartbreaker, although Heartbreaker, I feel so many people are pointing it out that 1.3 is a little bit much for it. A 1.2 or a 1.1 or just leaving it would be fine for Heartbreaker. I'm much more in the 1.1 or 1.2 camp, but also I need to kind of do the calculation side by side and kind of see how it stacks up. But Striker, just the backpack got hit a little bit. Keep in mind that a Vigilance backpack would get you to 97% of what the other one was, and has a higher starting thing. So mostly what we're going to do now is either go Chest Striker with Vigilance backpack, Well, actually, maybe with the chest, we have to kind of see, because of course with the backpack, it's also doubling the stacks thingy. But combinations of basically getting vigilance in there as well. But I tried watching some streams yesterday as well, and a bunch of people were being way negative, even streamers, and to me, they're just riling up they're just being populists, which isn't gonna surprise me. And hey there, Larry. Let me catch up here, and we'll jump back into here. Sort these things out. To check out the BTS and see what I remember. This is testing indeed. BTS are nice. And hey there, Hulk. Update the sheets, yeah. I mean, I'll even have to touch some of the things I haven't in like forever. Like the calculators. Where's actually the here? I haven't. I'll have to actually figure out again how I made this thing, because yeah, measured got changed and stuff. Although actually the measured part of it is going to be easy, because we can just change the numbers down here, there. But yeah, these have some formulas in some of these cells that is just, I'll have to, I remember when making them, I had to like notebook it all and kind of, because yeah, it was getting like, actually is it showing? But yeah, the formula up there is kind of, it's a bit much. Sometimes, especially actually, well, it's not even there. Where am I doing the actual? There's in some places where I'm doing like the in calculation just in a cell. I think actually these ones are also kind of horrendous. But yeah, we'll figure those out. Actually, I was kind of looking at it yesterday. Honestly, not that much. Like I had the feeling of, well, I have to redo the entire build collection. Do I basically every character is gonna likely get like I'm gonna have a few heartbreakers. Most strikers are gonna have to be changed a little. We're gonna change weapons again on a lot of builds. Like basically all the builds are getting hit with weapons. But that's it. Like I already did weapons already once with Project Resolve. That wasn't that bad. Like I have the weapons. We'll go farming for them and stuff. But basically ongoing directive is changing. But build wise, actually not. Like the rest actually isn't getting like I'll make an aces just to have an aces for rifles, but that's basically it. It's actually not as big of a change as I would have thought, or you know, like or as it felt like when we were reading the patch notes initially. And yeah, I'll just also. Like I don't mind. One of the things I see a lot of people like, why would they change this? Now you have to regrind and stuff. It's just like, yeah, but I so to me it's very much. I was kind of I might make that post even still. It's just like I enjoy playing the game. Like actually having more of the game is not an issue to me. I still enjoy playing the game. So a lot of people that are like really upset and stuff, they already are kind of done with the game. Like that same thing that I laid out in the hot takes one of just some people are done with the game. They just haven't stopped playing yet. Like they either need a break or just stop. And yeah, Strega is awesome. I haven't even looked at the Strega yet. We'll see it in a little bit. Don't even remember what it really does. I did say mosquito. I did see because I did lurk on Reddit for a second, and I did see mosquito is stacking infinitely. So that'll definitely get fixed. So then change that. Yeah. Let me catch up as well. That's her. That's the session. So decided to change it. Yeah. Another. Oh no. I feel actually. So I said this as well when we were looking at the PTS notes. We'll have to kind of like look at categories by themselves and stuff. I'm actually while I'm talking, grab these. But I feel actually. These changes have been made by somebody who kind of, at the very least, there is some weird stuff like this AUG 42 round thing. But I'm hoping that's just a mistake and they'll fix that. Like having all the ARs kind of go back to their old mag size and stuff. I feel somebody found their old design doc, likely as well. Somebody found their old design docs with the notes on weapons and stuff, and kind of how they were kind of meant to be set up and stuff, and kind of fixed it from that. Because one of the interesting things is as well, like you get now wildly different choices. Like the FAMAS is now one of the worst sustains and one of the best bursts. And this makes it an actually interesting weapon. Because, yeah, when you fast hands this, you can kind of mitigate this. But then, of course, you don't have a damage talent. So you could have stuff like that still has a fast reload. But also you kind of see, like, the things that have higher burst all have kind of bad reload up to the fall. But then the fall has the 40-round magazine thing. Like, this is actually kind of well done. Especially on burst. Everything is... like the package is so much smaller. Like it used to be how many percent was between the highest and the lowest? I was 10%, but here now the lowest as well, the lower ones on burst are the higher ones on sustain. So they've kind of, it's actually like I kind of have to as well try it in game and stuff, but I feel they're actually doing something interesting here. Like this actually looks interesting. Some more excited by breaking down the numbers. This is the actual patch. Does it make me asking for a friend? Well, tell your friend that, yeah, nerd. But yeah, we're all nerds here. Honey Badger kind of, the thing is, keep in mind that this is a -1 mod, like, because, Honey Badger and kind of F2000, they're kind of in the same ranges, and Honey Badger does have better handling, basically. So yeah, I think those two will kind of be like the F2000 used to be. But yeah, we'll have to analyze it a little bit. Let's actually get some of this sorting done here. Because yeah, let's actually sort these. Even though for the exotics, you can't really just look at them in this list here, because they of course have mods that matter to them. We have to put them on build, but here at least we have the numbers now, so we can use that later. And of course, we just get a preliminary kind of look at how they're stacking up. Because yeah, for instance here, yeah, Elmo is still kind of at the top at sustain, but Eagle Bearer just has more stats, because Eagle Bearer now has the same 15 crit chance, but then it has 20 crit damage. Because actually, how low did I don't even remember. How low did the Eagle Bearer go? It's 15-15 now, right? Yeah. So yeah. Eagle Bearer has 5 crit damage more, and then on top of that as well has a talent that is much more useful, especially solo. Like solo, you can make Eagle Bearer work. Let's do the rest here. Actually, cut this. H Z to A. It's one of the interesting things already. I was looking at this, like FAMAS, even with fast hands, just because also the changes to fast hands, it's actually not even coming that high up this list of of this on sustain. Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting, even though of course it's pretty high on burst. I think still fast hands thing, but then yeah, you have things like the Honey Badger here and the F2000. Although crit chance is now at much more of a premium, so losing a mod kind of hurts. But then you have the AUG here, just existing. Where is it there? Pretty high on sustain, pretty low on burst, but yeah. That invisible hand being 22% cannot make it out of the PTS, I feel. Hey, Windsor. Can I ask for a friend? Can you guys be my friend, and I'll ask for you guys if it's. The answer changes, like who came up with the percentages. The percentages are just halved ones of. They likely just wanted them to be just slightly above mods. But the weird thing is, yeah, the one that Marinda pointed at of 16.66% for ALPs, mods are saying 20, so you're just basically killing ALPs. Because the 2-piece and 3-piece of ALPs was already like not something we go for anyway. You can just get them somewhere else. And if a mod is 20, then yeah. Because AB handling is harsh. It is much better. Well, you got to keep in mind, Eagle is Elmo is also losing 10 weapon handling, so it's gonna handle a little bit worse than it used to. But AB as well, like you just have to learn to kind of use it. Of course, Elmo was already like based on M4 and was just like that's already a pretty accurate weapon. And here's also I'm gonna check a little bit in a minute, but I'm guessing they haven't touched recoil patterns, accuracy, stabilities, and stuff of weapons. But there's no guarantee they haven't. We'll have to see. Yes, sir. From the schedule, she didn't prevent the actual damage. Yeah, I saw indeed that the mosquito doesn't seem to have a timer attached to its application, so you can just keep stacking until you hit the cap. But that's of course not gonna, that's likely not gonna make it out of PTS. Just squeeze together projects, wall of preference and version mission coming. Yeah, I saw that post as well of there being, but yeah, they've said they're not currently like working on incursions and raids. It might be placeholder because they were working in the past. There's definitely some placeholder stuff in the game files that leads to think that an incursion was at least in the works. But yeah, from that, I wouldn't take away that it's still in development. Heartland was in development for a while. That ended somewhat differently as well. Yeah, we'll see. Actually, next up is SMGs. We'll fill that in a second. Actually, I was kind of looking at Aces. I'm not sure it's actually good. Well, we'll have to kind of look, because a 30% amp is you can get a 50% out of OD's set with the 4. With the chest. Here you get that chest on top, but you can have like 2 double 30s, like with glass, but that still is not that much actually. Especially considering that, yeah, we're going to be able to also now use rifles for like Heartbreaker and stuff as long as you're stacking with something else. Or as a secondary, for instance. I think actually secondary rifles, especially for like a 100 stack Heartbreaker or a 100 stack Striker, will be the go-to. Rifles look a little bit too good, actually. Let's engine which they get turned on off. I think them just having it, if it's a thing, just having it always on, it's what they should add in Division 3 is just what most games have of a semi or just safe semi-auto fire kind of just toggle kind of thing. But let's change it. Yeah, we'll be let's change this again. Still not fixed to determined. Keep in mind that determined, like a lot of people think that there needs to be a fix, but it would much more just be a change. Like, the devs have already kind of, by absence of altering it, have kind of we kind of know that they intended to be there. Because I know there is a sentiment of it being actually a bug or actually broken. That's not. But yeah, them not taking out Determined or altering it at the very least. I mean, worst comes to worst, we can always swap to that. But currently as well, it's not like we always run Determined and stuff. There is reasons not to. Helmets, for instance. G. So one of the weirder things in this, in the exotics, is Eagle and Elmo are still kind of, well, except for, wait, the capacitor is. Wait, did the capacitor get, because it got the base, of course, of the PDR, and the PDR went up a lot, didn't it? Oh well, like a decent chunk. Yeah, because PDR went, I mean, like another K up. It got a little nerf, or like tiny nerf to its reload speed. But that has carried over into the capacitor. The capacitor is even higher now. Edging out on base burst against the Eagle and the Chameleon now. It was behind them, right? Yeah. Also, the Bighorn dropped to last. I mean, this is a tiny range. Like, this is actually, like, at least on the burst side of things, it's kind of well done. So, like, they're within 4% of each other. But capacitor shouldn't be leading this, I feel. Especially because it has a 10 crit chance and 30 crit damage. Mods, which is still, you know, a combined 40. But also Chameleon being this high with its talents actually makes the Chameleon exceptionally good. Why can't I go all the way left? Because a Chameleon should be like at least 20% behind or something, just base. And then it makes up for it with its talent. Because keep in mind, these two aren't going much higher. Like, well, Capacitor is going higher with the yellows. Eagle Bear and St. Elmo's aren't going much higher than that. That's just, you know, kind of what they have. Chameleon seems a little high. It kind of seems like it's balanced around the base weapon, but like there's a whole talent waiting to happen there. Let's put this one back. Yeah, let's move on to SMGs for now. We'll kind of do analysis later. And Hikaru. I bet it's likely on Strikers it's going to be 850. It's getting the same RPM, like it's the M249 is getting changed. Oh, is it even with that? Oh, it has a rate of fire mod, doesn't it? Or is that the blue? Is that the blue screen only? That has a rate of fire mod. Oh yeah, it's 935. Oh yeah, 10% rate of fire from this. Yeah. So 850. So because yeah, it would be 85, 10% of that, 850 plus 85. MG5 buffs should be way better. Yeah, especially as well, they're giving it a crit chance. They're keeping the crit damage as was and giving it crit chance. Let's go to SMGs next. Let's just go down the list. The main thing I want to get done today is filling out all these and doing some early calculations on Heartbreaker versus Striker versus Ongoing versus And between some of the weapons as well, because yeah, capacitor or yeah, both capacitor in there and chameleon look a little bit high, just a little bit. What's easiest if I just pick from there, right? I would just go 78399. 78399. Oh, actually, before I forget, let's do that first. What the base is of the Carbine 7, because the Carbine 7 number in this list is definitely incorrect, unless it actually has that, but that would be a lot. All of the other numbers are 5 digits. Carbine 7's number is 6, so it's you know, every other weapon is around 50k. This is around 500k. Yeah, so 49.8. So likely that last one is double, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna back calculate per se, but because also if it's like, doesn't matter if it's the 8 or the 1, it's close enough basically. Yeah, just double check that one. Yeah, let's go back to, and then later on as well, we have to check the list against in-game as well, because doesn't mean this list existing doesn't mean that it's also all implemented like this, at least in the PTS. Do 600 1.9. Um, 19. Tumigan. 5616. Why would they alter that one like this? Because it's actually losing a lot. Because it's getting 100 RPM, but it's losing like 10k base. It's not like the Tommy gun was a weapon we used a lot already to begin with. And then this is always 50. 2.01, 19. T82. 76,899. 550, 52. 1.92, 20. Maybe I should figure out a way to OCR in between this one and the next one. 58651. 58651. 725.25. 725.45. I'm gonna take numbers with the bigger mags, but it's whoever uses them with that. 243.22. Imp. At least this side is alphabetical, so it's kind of easy. 63677. 677. 650.45. 1.916. Oh, the Yompi is going like to one of the fastest reloads. Actually, I lost 90. No, 60. No, 60. From one of the slowest reloads to one of the fastest there. That's also going to be annoying. I have to kind of, you know, go like, oh yeah, Was that from before or was that from now? In like a few months of like, was it the faster reload or was it the slowest reload? Because yeah, it's going from like a 2.3, which was one of the highest in this list, except for the Banshee and the PP19. It's going from that to one of the fastest. SMG9 48510. Or was it 501? 501. Yeah. 1052. 1.9220. Is the other numbers the same for the... Oh, actually, no, I got that wrong. So it's a 2.46, 50. Is that the same for the A2 at least? Yeah, except for the base, of course. We can already get these here. Saving some time. Banshee, 47838. Coming back to 900. Banshee is getting both hit, both in its RPM and in its... I mean, it was one of the outliers, but... It's getting a better reload, though. 0.21. 21, 52. Yeah, B7 also getting hit. I saw 44186. 6. 950. 191. 91. SMG A2 46726. 676. MP5 53893. I literally lost it the second. That's 53893. 893. 850. It's going back to its old base amounts of mag size. 2.0321. 19. 635. 63579. Seven. Yeah, 57. Staying at 700. Still a 50 round mag. Actually, it's a 53, right? 21. 2.1 to 20. 90. 39449. 39449. So 1100 already. And also 50. Now it's actually 50. 1.9221. 221. MPX 50989. 850. 2.27 and 22. All the SMGs are going pretty much into like MPX is getting brought down, but everything's kind of landing. Like this is actually quite a big buff to SMGs. With also the changes to crit chance, that's like 2 bonuses for SMGs. Let's see, Vector 45, 38295. Um, 1245. All of these are saying 1200, right? 45. They're all staying that way. Actually, let's all that's 15. 15. Okay, let's finish up the vector. 2.06. 9. Oh, actually, that wasn't the right one, was it? Well, no, that's 2.06. Yeah, no, that's great. So 39,301 for the vector 9. And 2.46. This is the kind of saw that 2.06 and 2.46 next to each other. I was gonna hard to parse them. And this is DAC vector 40496. 40496. And relative 1.7. Is that the fastest base reload we have across everything? Must be, right? Although that's still not gonna save it much. You know what? Let's translate this as well right away into SMGs or into the exotics. So let's already start because I'm actually very curious about where kind of the Oreo is landing now. 38.8, no, 38.3. So it shared. Oh, actually, yeah, it does have the vector 45 or the vector 45 space there as well, because it's based actually on the tag. But I don't know. Actually, it's kind of based on the 45. So now it's 40 instead of 50. That's actually the part that's gonna hurt it, kind of almost. And 1.53 reload. It's nice actually now that optimal is right there as well. Big Fair. It's the same as the MPX that it's based on. Looks like it's 850, 50, already in, and 2.06. Chatterbox 39.5 P90. Yeah. Yeah, it would be weird for them to. Oh, it didn't get the RPM increase. It's not going to 1100 base. 60. 21. As I feel the chatterbox changes are mostly gonna just benefit us for for 35.4. What is this one? Because it's based on the Banshee. That's the base weapon normally. Was it the same as the Banshee before? I don't think so, right? Because it has like, yeah, it's balanced in different way. We'll have to back calculate this one. So it's, I'm just gonna use this thing instead of just making an actual calculation for 84982. And we have 110 plus 30. So yeah. And yeah, that's 35 kind of looks the part. 35.4. 35409. 35409. 932. 21. 1.84. Okay, let me actually catch up on chat slightly. I'm like miles behind because I was kind of in my own world for all that time. Let me catch up. Screen in screen. How do you mean? Oh, to have them side by side. Yeah, like I could put them actually on the like this thing. But actually scanning from one side to the other actually makes it kind of harder to catch it quite quickly. Keep in mind that every number I'm putting in here is going to already, like, I don't care what the base stats of them are. No one's going to use it at 19 rand. So everything is already set up in the way that we would actually use it. So also watch points and stuff are in here because I don't care about the theoretical numbers that much. I much more care about somewhat practical numbers. Oh, actually, I already figured it out, I think. Yeah. 50% doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I haven't actually watched the stream yet. If we get to that point, I might actually watch it for the first time because I still don't know what this game mode thing is here. Any good stuff. So the church, please gonna. I don't take my word as gospel. Like at least the one thing I do more than most is actually try to back it up, or actually just derive it from not just going like, oh, I like the way that this gun looks, because I don't care how a gun looks. I'm much more used to like it needs to do good damage and also play well enough. But also, yeah, don't take it as gospel. Catch your insult and thanks for poking in. Sledgehammer nerfed, yeah. We should actually like that one as well. I would be much more of like, well, first of all, now that the mosquito one is broken as hell, just drop that mosquito one. Make the mosquito like literally every shot that makes it full aggro. Make sledge maybe a 20% for the entire, but then still like group wide. Or make like the mosquito one as well sledge, and then you can only have one of them up at a time. So if someone's running mosquito, you have that. If you have lefty, because making it completely personal is gonna, yeah. I mean, it's still really good, especially situationally. Like even when I'm playing solo, I sometimes sledge just for myself. So still gonna do that. And hey there, Madame Cyclops. Seen the crit damage attachment will be zero, but no word on the crit chance. Will crit chance attachment go up as well? No. So this is actually the thing, like from all the way at the start of the game, nobody used crit damage, or well, nobody that actually understood them used crit damage attachments on the weapons, because if you can have 5 crit chance or 5 crit damage, you're gonna take the crit chance. Now we actually have the choice, so we can either go with the crit chance or with the crit damage on the gun now, because it's basically the same. It's the same 6 crit chance versus 12 crit damage that you would have on let's say, gear and stuff or mods. So now you have that same choice, but now between 5 and 10. So in practice, what this will do is actually, if we are if we are at like 56, let's say, and it's a little bit high, and we would want to lose 5 crit chance or lose 3 crit chance, we could we could take the crit chance on the gun instead, being 5s instead of 6s, or take the crit damage here. It allows for a little bit more fine balancing because you have that different values of 5 and 10 and 6 and 12. So basically, they're doing the thing right now of what you generally as well at least want to do, is twice the crit damage of crit chance. Because crit chance, of course, caps at 60, but it is more valuable up to the 60 as long as you're above 120 on the other end. But yeah, no, crit chances on the guns shouldn't go up. But yeah, the crit damages should have gone up. That really should have been designed like that. Everywhere else, crit damage is double or more except brand bonuses in the past. But now that's also why it's 6.5 and 13 for crit chance and crit damage on Cheska and Grupo from now on. And all of these whack changes, a lot of love for Pestilence or True Patriot. I mean, there's a lot of changes. I wouldn't call them wacky, but yeah, indeed. True Patriot didn't get touched. Pestilence. Oh, well, Pestilence did get touched in a roundabout way. Actually, let's put this back. And this back as well, actually. Because, yeah, Pestilence actually did get touched because it is now... well, we'll have to kind of see how that plays out, because it will have a lot lower actual tick damage, but it will stack it up a lot faster because it's a lot faster. Because now it's 935, but it lost a lot of base damage. So the tick will likely now be around 1 million, but you can apply it a lot faster. That might actually be a good thing for it. That might actually be a buff for it. Kind of depends how much we lost but yeah, a few sets are missing from the patch notes. But also keep in mind, this is phase 1, so they might have, because yeah, True Patriot, Exuro, Rigor, especially now as well, Hardwire now going to 5 seconds. It kind of as well, Rigor is completely why would you do it with Rigor if you can do it with Hardwire in 5 seconds and consistently instead of the Rigor's thing. Not that people really use either of them that much, but actually, yeah. What else? Anyway. Tip of the Spear. Tip of the Spear is actually one of the standout missing ones, because especially now as well, they're putting a gear set in the game which has swap speed. Just put 100 swap speed on Tip of the Spear. That would help it so much already, and then a buff as well on its damage. But give it that swap speed now that it's fixed. Foundry, of course, is kind of fine. Aces is getting rifles. Future Initiative is fine. Strikers is getting a nerf. Eclipse is just staying the same, except, the Electric is losing 1.6 of its output, but who cares? That's... Unsphere is fine, yeah. Rigor should have been touched. Umbra actually did get touched, so that's good. Hotshot should have maybe also... Well, Determined should have been touched, honestly. And yeah, the rest is kind of fine, because even Breaking Point got a backpack change. And yeah, Ongoing, of course, is getting quite a big buff to it, actually, for personal use. But yeah, actually, the big missing ones are yeah, True Patriot, Tip of the Spear, and Rigor, and and rigor, actually. That was it. Because yeah, the rest is kind of either in a good space or is getting touched. Actually, I'll put the chat over there. Let me get you again to.
Evacuation drills will be conducted once per week. Please familiarize yourself with the emergency
Got my
exit.
nerve circuit fast and so my slash says, but I know all these things close to each other. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's actually one of the looking through the list. There's so many more buffs than nerfs. The thing is, though, the nerfs are to strikers, obliterate, a lot of weapons that get used with that, and honestly, I'm not against that. Anyway, yeah, because it will just strikers going down a tiny bit will already kind of make a lot of more things more viable. Just by, although the thing is as well, strikers, like, striker isn't going anywhere. Striker, like, we'll use vigilance backpacks, mementos solo, vigilance backpacks in groups, and just like vigilance was like at most 5% behind the old striker anyway. Because it's just the backpack getting touched. It's not even like the gear set itself.
Thank you for your cooperation.
But well, likely if the Heartbreaker is looking really good now with its 1.3, but I wouldn't expect it to go into the game with a 1.3. Like, it seems exceptionally high. Like that, the changes to invisible hand, like that rate of fire can't stay at 22%. Like that's insane. And maybe sledge still maybe being like just getting reduction instead of being completely removed, because it was a good game mechanic, and it also really, it made you choose. It was way too powerful for what it was, but if you make it like a 20% and still try to have it be like that, and then have Mosquito not be stackable with it, so that they maybe share, just have that be sledge as well. That would be like my preference, but also losing it wouldn't be too harsh. And the name for exactly. To me, it's just playing the game more. Just whenever you're planning things not impassionate style video once the patches fail to keep up with everything. Oh yeah, a lot of stuff is getting touched. And I feel actually more for Scooby because he has to go in and touch up a lot of stuff. I at least don't have like gears and stuff showing. I just show the build collection. I can just slap on stuff and just call it a day. Let's start let's start here first. We're gonna actually I need to paste this like this, right? Because I keep doing this one wrong. Actually, I could have taken this as well, really. Because this guy's like this. And then these reloads go over here. And then this is this. And we're gonna do it like that. Okay. So also the exotics, and then we'll have to sort them all. Yep. So let's start on the sustains. Yep. Actually, let's take both of them at once. Oh yeah, we can't do both together, of course. So this is H, Z to A. No, this is H, Z to A.
Evacuation drills will be conducted once per week. Please familiarize yourself with the emergency exit.
Yeah. That's not right. That's right. Well, the thing is, one of the things they should have done, but likely, yeah, they kind of needed to do Project Resolve for them to actually, like, you know, understand what they needed to do now. But they should have kind of gotten it in one go, because we had, like, you know, 2 seasons ago some changes, so I can kind of get that. But I feel these changes are good enough with a few. It needs a little bit of touching up, and likely do an analysis and kind of put that in the video. But for instance, yeah, Chameleon being that high on burst shouldn't remain like that. But these numbers, these changes, like. With the other one, I called them a little bit lazy here and there. This isn't lazy. This is actually at least done in some way. Like whoever did it or the group that did it, like it's obvious that they were kind of looking at metrics and not just pulling it out their ass. But these look a lot better than those. Although, of course, yeah, it does mean, again, a little bit of changes all around, which they just need to not do that too often. Like make this one stick, do this one right, and then maybe, you know, you just adjust a little bit, like 2 weapons here or there in a season, and it's kind of... well, yeah, let me catch up to the chat as I was kind of... You're happy to do all the build videos again. I mean, most of them. Actually, I'm planning actually to put under all of the build showcases and stuff that, or well, the ones that I've changed. Because keep in mind that it's honestly Striker, Heartbreaker, Ongoing Directive. Like that's the ones that like the build showcase has like any changes to it really. Because Hardwired is now just faster, so it's just easier. OD is now played with the chest. That one should also get a... Yeah, I'm going to put a comment of like, hey, this is pre-tu22 and just be aware of that. But of course, the thing will be as well, the build pictures underneath them. So if people click through to the build pictures, which, I mean, not everybody will do, but people that are interested in actually making the build will. But they'll be changed and you'll just see those. Actually, on a lot of builds that I've done build showcases on, they will not have changed, really. Is our performing better than the D50? Shouldn't, I think. Unless it has special stats. I haven't gotten it yet. Should be available today, right? Or yesterday? Or when was it available? I haven't been in the normal game. I've been sticking my face where it belongs in spreadsheets. Actually, resolved. Oh yeah, the thing is they didn't touch a lot of stuff in there, and yeah, they should have gotten it right on the first pass, but likely as well they needed to, like, you know, you need experience to do it, so that was them getting that experience and now doing it kind of right, because this does look like parts of the AR changes, but likely with the AR changes then they were just going, okay, we need to change these, and then they basically left out what was already kind of at the top, and that kind of hurt that category. But let's say what reminds me. As much shit as Project Resolve got, it did do a lot of things right. Like it gave us a bunch of fixes, not as much as we wanted, of course, but yeah, it wasn't as bad. The game was better off with it than without it. Let's keep in mind as well, like the balancing changes and stuff that came with that, like, were fine for its time. So actually have a quick look here because I am curious actually, for instance, as well, where the Ouroboros is now. And yeah, So many people kind of calling for the demise of it. Yeah, no. Ouroboros is still the highest burst, and even with its changes to this mag size and stuff, it's still the highest sustain. By a lot. Because like what gun here would kind of compete with it? This, but then on sustain only. Like it's 70k here on burst ahead of this thing. And this thing, of course, is kind of going to be not usable just for its mag sizes or for its mag damage per mag. It's like, it's tiny. But the Vector 9mm is like the big winner here. This will actually become kind of like the general use SMG, I feel. Because we also have the A2 here. Vector 45 still looking okay. Because it is giving up a crit chance. Crit is going to be more at a premium than it ever was. So, even on SMGs. So, oh well, maybe SMG is the least, but still. This is not worth a 5 crit chance on a build, unless you really don't need it. But if you really don't need it, there's also not 10 crit damage, and this is likely less than 10 crit damage on a build. So yeah, the A2, the Vector 9mm. And then yeah, the Vector 9mm kind of needs to be with fast hands. But the Vector 45 you can go without fast hands. Because yeah, this 2.4, this is like AK's real. That's a long time. But the Ouroboros also got hit in its reload. And yeah, on fast stands, because where is the wait, why is this not okay? It's because of that still. I expected that one to be higher, although actually it does crawl up, right? But yeah, it's kind of way low here, but then crawls up a few spots with fast stands.
Please remember to switch off and unplug all electronic devices.
Because fast stands still with like as long as also you have a 50 round mag, it's still gonna be fine. Exotic gear, minor attributes over since we were able to. So, wait, what? There was talk about rerolling exotic gear, minor attributes over since. Likely not going to happen. Just imagine what that would mean for newer players. Having to reroll one stat on a gun out of 12 is already, sometimes a hell. Now think about 2 stats. So everybody getting their coyotes now as well would have random stats on them, and trying to get double crit chance on it would be hell for them. Gear, there's one piece of gear, Acosta's knee pad, that has that, and likely maybe newer gear as well. Well, actually, I haven't looked at the new holster. Maybe that will have random stats as well, but it will be actually hell for trying to get the right stats. Because yeah, you're going from 1 stat to 2 stats, you're already, it goes exponential. it's multiplying against, 2 choices. It's a it's a 12 times an 11 for when you go up to getting 2 stats, and then if the core is also rerollable, add another 3 to that, and you start getting way big numbers for chances, and you'll eat up. Not without a system of recalibration and stuff as well, because that would kind of ease that on it, but not with the current system that we have. Also for balancing reasons, because keep in mind, a full red Catharsis, a full red Sawyer's knee pad, a full red a bunch of stuff, or even like even just getting another hazard, or like getting that hazard protection off the Val and stuff. That's just all buffs to builds, or also completely like unbalancing them. And so again, just nice, twice as better as everything else. Yeah, it's still way up there. Jojo, you get a 40% damage and patch notes. It doesn't show up on the stat screen. But so I'm just looking at this base number and like whatever the weapon damages are. So if it's not showing up anywhere, that's gonna be. So what does it have then? That's the question. Because what I was guessing is that it doesn't have the base of the P90, but it does. Like that would have a higher base. We'll try it likely tomorrow, not today. We'll likely try it and see what the damage calculation actually in game happens. Because yeah, like if it has, you know, just weapon damage, then it would show up on that stat screen. And but if it's like not showing up in here, like how are we even gonna know? But we'll likely do the damage calculation with it. It does it that range. Oh, okay, so it over, like it does actually. But is it a 14% additive to weapon damage, or is it just a 14% just separate multiplier? She excited to try. Yeah. Yeah, G36 went a little bit up, I think. Although, well, no, actually, was it? Yeah, because it's not. Because it will basically equalized out between these two. It basically is in the same spot with a worse reload now. So it moved down a little bit, the burst tables, actually, because a lot of stuff just went above it. So, actually, bring that up. ARs, because yeah, burst wise it's like dropped down the table. CTAR being up here as well is kind of odd, because CTAR is so much more accurate than the weapons around here. Same for the FAL. Although of course the FAL falls behind on its sustain, just because, although with its new reload it's not too bad. But yeah, CTAR kind of falls there. That's actually the interesting thing that they've done, is like there's a big spread. So basically the things that have high sustain have low burst, and vice versa. And then there's a bunch of stuff in the middle that has kind of like balanced between the two. The Carbon 7 is kind of in the middle of all this. G36 is kind of a little bit low on sustain, but kind of higher on burst. Like this is actually an interesting way to balance the weapons. You have an interesting setup in between them. Oh, we have the best viewers again. Whoa. I actually didn't even show up because it was it got flagged already by Twitch. Again, damage. Well, no, it's kind of actually around the same number that it used to be, actually. So we can kind of see. So what was its burst before? 656, 900, 65. That's why I left these ones on the right side. That's the old numbers on the right side. 651, 800. So actually, it gained on burst, because it went from 651 to 656. So it gained like 5k in burst, on a number that is in the 650 range. But a bunch of stuff around it moved up above it, because yeah, the numbers, it matters in between weapons as well. Straight shooter, no recoil. If any, I would say like a CTAR is much more accurate and easy to use than a G36. G36 is kind of like average on a lot of things. Always kind of was. Doesn't make it bad because, you know, that's still, especially last season, or well, this season still, it did okay, especially on burst and sustain. But no, I would definitely go with, like, I would pick a fall for general use. Could also even be, you do give up, of course, at max size. But yeah, I think the CTAR kind of looks good. The FAMA still looks good with fast hands. But general use, you know what? I think actually M4 G36 carbine 7 here. This is M4 carbine 7. Where's the SIG in there? SIG as well, actually. But then likely AUG as well. AUG depends on if it keeps this 42 round, because it's weird that it's getting 42 rounds when everything else isn't. Carbine 7 better reloads gonna feel way worse. Maybe not way, but still. Then actually the Carbine 7 is now one of the faster reloaders. A lot of the reload stuff has changed, because CTAR used to be one of the fastest reloaders, it's now one of the slowest. FAMAS used to be like a middling reloader, is now one of the worst. But Carbine 7 used to be like a very slow reloader. It's now like it's like a mid-ranger, like in the mid. But also, where's the SIG? Like SIG also kind of went a lot faster. AK's kind of stayed the same. But honestly, a lot of stuff, because the AUG also used to be a really fast reloader, and now it's a really slow one. So, yeah, that's gonna... Oh, but the G36 actually was the new G36. I mean, yeah, now it's a slower reloader than it used to be. Also, of course, we have ways of mitigating reload if we... Like, that's the one stat that we can hit the most with fast hands and with weapon handling. Let's reach a crit chance. It'll still be possible since Cheska getting a nerf. I mean, yeah, just put one more crit chance mod in. I mean, Cheska, or without Cheska even, you put just, you could always replace Cheska with 2 crit chance mods. You would have to, you will lose, of course, on your balance of crit chance crit damage, because, you're going to lose 12 crit damage. But that's not the end of the world, basically. I know, we're still going to try to hit... Coyote is gonna, because Coyote is not getting changes, so Coyote is gonna even be more important than it used to be. And yeah, we're still gonna align builds to hit 60 with Coyote, and if you're not expecting a Coyote at all, like without it even, to be balanced at the very least, and then trying to hit 60 most of the times, because that's what balancing that actually means. Not showing increase based on each card. 5 Yeah, that's just the error in there. It seems to be that second one is one extra, so it's 49781. Has the spreadsheet been up? Which spreadsheet? You mean this one? I'm still working on it. This one is in the same location as well. It is here, basically. It's in the same location as that. It's a new file. And I'm working on it now. Bighorn nerfed like crazy. Actually, it's getting also a buff to its it's going from 40 to 60 at its capped headshot bonus. Honestly, it's not looking that bad. Keep in mind that these exotics now, like it used to be, like with the chameleon here, because Eagle Bearer or yeah, it is dropping in relation to the rest, because it used to be the top one here, and but with its bonus to its headshot, that could, because that's 20 headshot, that's going to be more than this 5% difference here. But yeah, now they're all kind of packed together. But that kind of, like, the odd one out here is the chameleon, because the chameleon should be far behind on burst and sustain. It is not that far behind anymore on burst and sustain, because yeah, it used to be like 25% behind and like 20% behind. Because it's getting like the Chameleon's weapon talent is like pretty big. Same for the Bighorn as well. Actually, it's a pretty big addition. Same for the Capacitor as well. Actually, the Capacitor already was kind of in that same. I'm happy to go back to Carbon Zone. Yeah, Carbon Zone looks kind of okay as like a balance between all factors, both burst and sustain, and then also mag damage. What's the Marxism? The Marxism is actually losing out a little bit. ACR is kind of also losing out to the AUG. Basically, it's in both regards lower than the AUG. But honestly, for myself, if once it's live, I'll still use FAMAS, because even though like here you're losing by a little bit still with fast hands, you're not losing as big as you were without fast hands because of that reload. AUG looks really good as well if it gets to keep its 42 round, because while it is a little lower on burst, it is like pretty high on sustain and also with damage per mag. And then as well, because of the extra size, like this is going to be, its strained is going to beat most of these other weapons with Optimists still, likely. And yeah, with fast hands, it's even, you know, it just has more shots to get stacks up with. But yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Let's actually look at the LMGs a little bit more, because we just finished up that. Let's get sidetracked. I mean, that's basically my life, right? Like, we get sidetracked. I mean, the sidetracks are usually the fun parts anyway. The main track is me just filling this shit in, which is kind of boring. Banshee not as far down as I thought it would be. AUG is just going from somewhat usable to completely unusable. This one is a weird one. Like AUG should actually maybe have something going for it, because it's going to be the worst as well, or like pretty, well, actually it's not that far down in the mag damage, but yeah, it's of course has a smaller mag size. So MP7 is just, this is too much to the MP7. Like they took it way too down, because it's kind of the worst on burst, and it is the actual worst on sustain. That's maybe a bit much, but actually winners are kind of, I'll say the stack vector as well with that 1.7 reload doesn't look too bad, even if it is a tiny mag that instantly leaves the thing. Because actually, where is it here on fast hands? It is middling there. MP5. MPX is also kind of in the middle of all things. PP19. Your PP19 doesn't look too terrible, even though it is a -1 mod. P90, nope. MPX kind of middling. MP5 is kind of middling in that same range, although a little bit better on its sustain and not losing too much on burst. Yeah, I'm feeling this Vector 9 and this SMG 9A2, because even though its sustain is quite low here, I mean, well, this Vector 9mm needs to be fast hands, because yeah, you can't you can't have that 2.46 reload there. Same actually with the SMG 9. And then actually, yeah, if you want other talents, either the Vector 45 even though that doesn't sustain well enough. But yeah, you can kind of drop as well to MPX and MP5. Honestly, all of these weapons are, yeah, a level, like, they're close enough. Everything up to here is already close enough that you can kind of use. But yeah, this whole section is kind of weird, especially that MB7. That is too much of a hit to it. Because yeah, like, why would you ever pick this? At least the UMP that is the worst on burst is kind of higher on sustain. Because of course it's going to be with a slower fire, but this MB7 is kind of just just bad. This gap actually increased on the SMGs, so that's not great. Honestly, I'm not hating this. Let's have a peek at the exotics for a second as well, because we looked at the Ouroboros. Ouroboros is still like kind of the king, because like even if you have a damage talent here, the Ouroboros also does that. Basically has a damage talent's worth kind of built in. Actually, how much of a difference is this even? And divided by, let's take the Vector 9mm. So that's an 11% increase over the Vector 9mm there. Which yeah, is still just built in, just no triggering anything, no needing anything else. As in the game went back to the select screen. Also, yeah, the select screen. It'll take a little bit for me to get used to this, but we're a little bit more zoomed in than we used to be. So yeah, that'll take me some time to get used to. That's just, yeah. I see. Might be best. Chameleon with its current stats is like a high outlier. Like it's it's a little bit much. Especially as well, it got bonuses to, so it's going from 75 body shots to 60, and then like from 30 to 20 leg shots for.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Shut up, Anna. So yeah, because yeah, it shouldn't be that high. I should have been discussing. What do you think about the new OD chest buff? Well, yeah, it's a plus 30 basically. Additive to its system for just the player itself. The OD change isn't actually that big in comparison to like what I generally run used to be glass plus vigilance, especially. If you were running glass already, so that would be actually already, but that would be instead of the 1.5 that it's going to be now at the max, it would have been a 1.2 times 1.3 is. Something broke there. 93. Yes. It was a 1.56. So you can give, instead of going glass, you can go that, give up, 1.06 of a multiplier, basically. And instead you get to have Coyote now. So you can go backpack, either Wicked or Vigilance, and then go with a Coyote now. The big difference is you're just going to use the chest. It still won't, it won't compete with the Heartbreakers and the Strikers on like just pure output, but it'll now definitely. So in the past, long time ago, year one, we basically used to always run an Aces in the group. Aces used to be a group buff thingy. We basically always had like an Aces in the team just to provide group buffs because its group buffs were like pretty big. And it did its own damage decently enough, and then it gave group buffs. OD is going to have that same thing now. It should basically be there in a lot of teams because you don't, especially now with reduced striker, you're still behind the strikers, but now you're like group wise. Actually, I should do a new group calculation, but guess wise already, it's going to be just because strikers are getting tuned down and it's getting tuned up. It's coming, towards them basically because it gets after Coyote as well. Then as well, you can be the Coyote and people can run chest backpack high ends on Striker, because from now on we'll definitely not run the backpack. Really, we're gonna run Vigilance backpacks if the number stays as is. Was I going with that? Yeah. But then the OD as well can be the Coyote, and then you can run still actually Obliterate, but likely more so Glass Vigilance Strikers and just Heartbreakers and stuff like that. Well, I mean, Strikers will still be kind of high, but we have to also see if Heartbreaker stays at what it is. Heartbreaker is kind of now going to be the general meta as of the, like, in this PTS. We'll have to see if it makes it out of the PTS. For brands such which provide more has protein, but backfire builds. Actually, yeah, the Uzina is going from 20 to 30 as its third one. So 4 backfire builds.
Objective available.
Actually, I don't have a backfire build anymore, right? But yeah, the third stat on Uzina is going from 20 to 30 hazard protection, making it easier to kind of reach that. But also, I still likely would say you couldn't really make it with Heartbreaker, but I think the Striker version would still be the better version to make. But then now as well with like Sokolov chest and backpack instead of like keeping the Striker backpack. Backfire also doesn't look too bad because you're basically stacking twice as fast. And stat wise, it's kind of because also it's getting some crit chance increases and stuff like that. So, go to for Heartbreaker. Og does not have an under barrel, so. Or a long underbarrel. Keep in mind that, yeah, Heartbreaker will still benefit a lot from just having the long underbarrel for the Technician Laser. Og doesn't have that. So a bunch of weapons last week, such bad time. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, a reason to go out and get them again, right? Because if they're gonna farm for this rest now, but is this because I thought actually looking at it, Magnum seemed to be the best pistol now, right? Because this is higher, but Magnum is even higher, right? This is a 211. This is a 233 for Magnum. I think I like the Magnum better than the Deseros even as well for its recoil pattern. Because the D50 is definitely going way down. Although, yeah, it's getting like on burst, it's gonna kind of stay around what it was, but but yeah, not for Headhunter, of course, where that doesn't matter. Yeah, let's go on to the next one because I'm just sitting here chatting. But actually, I know I kind of want to look quickly at the exotics here. Well, if Chatterbox does have a 14%, we'll check that later. But even 14%, that would be basically just, well, kind of depends on what it actually is. Like if it's 14 weapon damage or if it's 14% multiplier, because this times 1.14 is still not that high. Of course, you get that talent kicking in. But honestly, that talent is, like Chatterbox is having envy, showing how good that talent can be, and then having to have it be on an SMG with 30 rounds or with 60 rounds, and you getting back 30 rounds on a kill. This kind of shows it. Like Chatterbox issues were never its damage. It's just its mechanic is just too much of a hassle compared to like an Ouroboros or something. But keep in mind that now its burst is going to be so much higher than the Ouroboros because, yeah, you can basically, even now, even without that 14%, like this times 1.25 basically at its peak. But getting into that peak and stuff and staying there. Backfire also does not look bad because Yeah, I don't want to look up what it had, but went to like 15 crit chance. Oh, actually, I can look at it in the game.
Priority
Shut up,
objective
Anna.
available, Agent.
Because it's gone to 15 crit chance, 15 crit damage, right? Yeah. So by far actually looking decent in there. You still have to, of course, negate for its downside. That's not as bad of a deal as it used to be. Even though it actually lost burst. Actually, as well, all of the SMGs have kind of lost burst, right? Yeah, they've dropped down SMGs by quite a bit. The top burst used to be 846, now it's 809. Which makes sense because SMGs were kind of a little bit higher, but then also the sustains have kind of gone up actually. Well, the top sustain. But the lowest sustain is still lower. Yeah. Let's go to LMGs. Start putting those in. This is at least a shorter list. The list gets shorter and shorter as we go. We have actually two variants here on some of these, so I'll have to do them one by one. Let me catch up a second. It's from the harvest. Is it farmable? Don't think harvest will still be like, Magnum determined, but also, Magnum even with. Although, 20 weapon damage. That's actually not too bad for her. But yeah, I take salvage or preservation maybe over. Plus 10 headshot under barrel. That's still not enough for it to matter for this one, right? Because keep in mind, pistols already have 100 as well. At least if they still do. Yeah, they don't list them here. But yeah, 10 headshot damage is not going to make up for this difference. Like, for a headhunter. Yeah, oh jeez. I'll catch up on some of these as we go in. The numbers and iffy percentages, yeah, that's already one of the like big bonuses. Instead of them going plus 10% and then also it not being plus 10%, but being like, just a picked number as they add, at least. And as well, them providing all of the numbers as well, like reload speeds, just a full out readout. Also, the reload speed having gone from just 1 digit after it, like going to 2 digits as we have here. I'm so happy. I am the happiest. Yeah, let's go back to where we were. It's broken, not dropping the harvest or any of the names, so we'll have to see after they fix it. Yeah. Irrational. I mean, if you want to use the Diceros, just make that your reason. I'm using the Diceros because I'm using the Diceros. And you can't stop me, and that is true. I'm not going to hack into your account and delete all your Diceroses. That's that much we can say. Seems like a lot of work. And so, yeah, the 1.3 is huge. Yeah, it's also a little bit too much. Keep in mind that this is PTS. Stuff does change even between PTSs and then to the main game as well. I would maybe not expect fully that 1.3 to be on Heartbreaker when it reaches main game. A 1.2 at most would be already a lot. 1.1 even would be more than enough of a buff to it. Hell, you could leave it as is, likely. Well, actually, in a little bit, we're gonna go into builds, actually, because... I mean, well, in a little bit, like in an hour at least. Because we need to still fill out all of these. Gear was more fun and in combined builds. Gear 1.0 was a mess, honestly. I'm much more of a fan of 2.0. And yeah, actually, well, you state as the project, because it being a thing that you enjoyed, that those were actually kind of annoying to deal with, and, you know, kind of forced as well some talents into certain plays. But just also all of those talents being there, and on top of that, like, they could have, of course, changed that system underlying it, but yeah, it had an underlying system of like how stats worked and stuff, and that was horrendous with that. But of course, they could have changed that part. But Gear 2.0 is much more clean and just much more easy to understand for everyone. Does the fall exotic fit into your list? I haven't put that in yet. We'll put that in as last, because I haven't looked at it at all yet. We're fiddling in what we have already. Yeah, there's not the exotic. I mean, you're gonna get the exotic pretty easily, of course. So that gives you Asper when enemies are in close. I mean, yeah, that's damage swing. Set there for the Asper indeed. Chop the max. They went back to basically most of them being the values of pre-resolve, basically. Except for the AUG going to 42 for some reason, but that might be just the weirdness that they might have done for the Bighorn, but we'll have to see. I would actually much prefer all of them to be on 30, except for the fall being on. Actually, even the fall, bring it up to 30, like, who cares? And then balance it around that. In its current stats, a 50 round fall would be too much, but am I in PTS? Yeah. Although, well, I'm not really like PTSing, so if you want to see gameplay or such, that's... But I'm guessing plenty of people will provide that. 50%. You make it sound so big, 50%, but yeah, no, it went from 30% weapon damage to 45 weapon damage. And Catharsis was weapon damage, right? It wasn't anything special. Yeah. Yes. So that's not that big of a buff to it. Been on PTSD since. Well, hopefully, you know, in the 2020s you'll get it finally fixed. Yeah, let's go into LMGs. Because yeah, also we have two versions here, which is actually annoying. Rifles as well, in a little bit. Although I might just do it without for a second. Although no, we need to actually, yeah, need to have it. Although I'll deal with rifles, I think, the way I do with ARs now. Like, we're not gonna put stability mags in there. Yeah, let's start G9. 49469, nice. So this will be 750. This will be 250. 519. 35. Okay. So yeah, this will then be the same numbers, but then 200 is this times 1.05, because on LMGs you have two options. You have you can put either the pouch in, or you can put in the rate of fire mag. And for instance, on a GR9, you shouldn't put this, like, going from 200 to 250 is kind of a waste. Like, I see so many people with 250 round mags with steady-handed. If you're not hitting it in 200, that extra 50 isn't going to save you per se. You might as well get 5% more RPM output. But then, of course, on some other things, you definitely want to go kind of with the pouch because of, you know, like the classic M60. Yeah, let's go CM60, 67, 69, 8. 67, 69, 8. Oh. 67, 69, 8. I know these got moved to up to 600, right? Actually, are the other max sizes only RPK got changed, right? So yeah, so this is gonna be 150. This having 6 numbers gonna throw me. It's fine. 4.8 and 40. That's all right. Take this and put it wherever the other classic M60 is. 100 is times 1.05. So actually copy this 1.0. Actually, no, I can't because we're we're copying from things that I thought I just saved that as a thing. Stoner 62 34 7 62 32 7 34. Hello? Not taking inputs. Staying at 580. I mean, the Stoner's biggest issue is also like, we should actually put that here. That is basically -1 mod. Because it has a stability muzzle that you can't take off, which just makes it kind of suck. 5.0 40. So let's take this to wherever the other Stoner is. Stoner P. So this will be 250. This will be this times 1.35. RPK. So yeah, this is now going to be, yeah, these are all just with Big Macs. So it's going to be 60 now. 60 is just also like very low. That's actually weird. But then they do give it the base increase, but then loses RPM. So actually, let's see, it's 71,524. 71,524. And now it's 600, right? Yeah. 4.18 and 30. 4.18 and 30. Actually, no, this the magazine ones are just only with Big Mac. But I'm instantly curious about, actually, did its burst go up or down? The burst would be here. Uh, 720, 630. Oh, all of these are, actually, no, we'll have to see. But actually, if that's dropping by that much. Wow, really? That's a big loss. It is what it is. M249 48289 48289 and these are all going to 850s. No, the other one. 850. This is the pouch. 511.35. This is a sign from the devs to use 511 with these with empty force. This can go, yeah. And then this is 100 equals this times 1.05. Actually, I'm gonna guess that so I'm gonna do M60 next. There's just gonna be a base damage change. Yeah, so these two are still the same, except yeah, the base, of course. 65220. 65220. Yeah. And actually, this one is fixed up. This one is 150. Actually, we can even take this one and put that here instead. There we go. It's much easier. L86. So yeah, 50. 61084. 61084. 600. Oh, 700 actually. 3.18 and 30. 18. Negev. 54595. 54595. 750. 150. 4.76 40. 4.76 40. Let's fix up the other negative right away. So there's this 100 is this number times 1.05. And just MGs left. So 54310. 54310. That was the right one, right? Ah, yeah, that's the normal one. 850. 50. Oh, well, 100 here. 326.35. 326. Actually, that reload is impressive on this. Let's actually take this already even as well and put it here. And let's put this one here and make this 50 and equals this number times 1.05. It kicked me out again. Well, actually, we should take the reload of these from in the game because we're not using... Because these are the base reloads, and then I'll leave them for now, but eventually, because I usually take the number from in-game, but that includes the watch. I generally have them with the watch built in. That's the actual number we'll see. With the ARs and stuff, it is basically, because of the mag, it's a -10 reload speed and then plus 20 rounds. But of course, the LMGs, those pouches don't have that. So the reload is actually going to be different, but that's a minor thing here. It doesn't really matter. We can always change them later. But now just to be quicker. 52322. 52322. Should have done that actually. I realize now. Oh well. So yeah, we have all of the input. What are you trying to do? To drop down chips? Yeah, no, no, thank you. Google trying to think with me. Let's get all this in, and then on this one we have to do it right, which is to do it like this. Oh, actually, yeah. It's an annoying way of doing it. That one here, and then the rest of it underneath the good times, and then we'll give the good times some numbers. Yep, that's not true. And then these are M60s. Let's first get the reload numbers. Okay. So this is a rate of fire M60. Yeah. Pouch. And then this is this number. Copy, and then there we go. Okay. So the exotics as well, and then we'll sort everything.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Do I just need to listen to the whole thing, or is she literally every time I come out of the menu? Shut up, man. Nobody likes you. That's not true. I kind of like you. So 48.3. Actually, yeah, let's start with the let's go down this list again. So 54.3. So it is that one. Very likely. Let's take the rest from here as well already. RPM is actually it's not the rate of fire one, of course. 85. It's kind of 45. 2.96. Because now it has a 10 crit chance and a 20 crit damage. So it kept its amount of crit damage, but now it also has 10 crit chance next time. Making it pretty good. Bullet King, 60.1. Is that the same as the Negev up here? No. Why not? Well, actually, it also had a bonus to weapon damage, right? Let's just back calculate whatever this is. Let's see. We'll see what it be. So we have 150168, and we have 110 plus 40, so 150. So 60, 67. 0. Oh, 0, 6. 60, 0, 67. Mm. Uh, 50 1000 0 40 blue screen. Mm, 60 to 4. This would be a stoner. This would be a 60 to 3 though. Well, let's just take it for now. Likely not be too far off. 720. 200. 40 and 3.45. Pestilence. Is the same base as this, most likely. 935. 100. 5. 465. Okay. Let's start sorting stuff. By I, Z to A. By I, Z to A. And this one's actually. Oh, we haven't moved these over yet, right? Yeah, no. Wait, Negev stopped sustain? How? What? How much did Negev gain? Oh, because of its reload as well. Right? Yeah. Yeah, we still need to copy this over to here and to here, and then oh no, we already did that, didn't we? Because we did this. Okay, and then we just need to do the exotics. At least now I'm sure. Well, let me make sure. Yeah, no, we did that, right? Because yeah, we worked around the good times. Okay, so now let's do the rest. Taking all of it. You know, we need to take those percentages out in between, because otherwise, if we sort with them in there, that breaks everything. At least for those percentages. My mind is blanking already. That's why that's. Even though it literally above the thing says sorted by. It's like, which one am I sorting by? The one that says sorted by, dumbass. It ain't hard. This ain't rocket surgery. I forgot how silly the Bullet King is in this comparison of max size. Alright. Z2A. Wait, if the Negev is that high, I'm getting a sneaking suspicion of what's going to happen in a second. If the Negev is that high, because I already as well saw it being top burst and top sustain. Is that like did I make an input error here? 54595. Oh, okay, that's fine. I am an idiot. Because that's usually the thing. If there is an input error like that, that's gonna just stand out like a sore thumb like that. But yeah, this needs to be 5.4 and not 5.9 for the first for the leftmost digits. Where's the other Negav? Let me guess. Yeah, that means we'll need to also redo all of it. So that'll be fun. Start at the bottom and work our way up. Z2A. There we go. That looks a little bit more correct. Although as well, with this much input, yeah, at some point, with this much input, I do need to at some point just kind of double check everything. Although, well, what will happen is when we eventually get to, this going into the game, I won't input them from their list, because now as well, like there could be discrepancies between their list and the in-game, but their list is faster than me checking everything in-game. But yeah, we'll kind of have a look through it eventually, but also eventually I'll just take it all from in-game, and that'll be the much better version, because also less errors can creep in. I'm not doing this correctly. Generally, less errors creep in just because you can just check everything. And G. Okay, that looks more correct as well. H.
Weekly medical checkups are compulsory. Please visit the clinic to book a time slot. Failure to comply could lead to the expulsion from the secure area.
Oh no, I. We're gonna sort by I. There we go. Okay. Yay. Let me guess how much I was in my own world for like an hour there. Hold on. Indeed, nice. And another phase. I'm gonna say it over. Yeah, I don't care about it. It's only when we load in. Although, well, I kept going into the menus before she had a chance to actually say something, so lurking time. Enjoy your lurks. And Abrahis. Do I welcome the changes? Will I accept the changes in my hearts of hearts? I have no choice in the matter. Do I welcome them though? I welcome our new overlords. They seem to be well done so far. There's a few outliers, but That's bound to happen with as much changes as they're doing. But honestly, I kind of, especially for instance on ARs, what they've done there, a lot of weapons are now kind of split on burst and sustain. So they're either really good on burst, but then pretty horrible on sustain, or the other way around. That will actually make for not just having one weapon that fits all. That'll be kind of cool. Although, yeah, there seems to be as well a few oddities like Chameleon. Or like Bullet King here. Because, excuse me, why do you have 600, 750? Like, why are you like way high on the burst? And this is as well, like now the Bullet King has 15 crit chance. Like that used to be its thing. It didn't have the 15 crit chance. It used to have 5 crit chance and then also not a changeable third stat. Now you can have 25 crit chance on the Bullet King. Well, 24.5. And it's like competing, like none of these stats matter because this Bullet King exists. Because if I have like 10k burst less on a 750 instead of a 760 of a infantry MG5, by the way, this is the rate of fire mag. This is a 50 round. Like you can't even look at that one. You have to kind of look at like the infantry MG5 as one of the higher ones likely. Oh well, even like Negev with rate of fire mag. Like that's lower than the Bullet King to begin with. Because this was already kind of the thing I was looking at earlier and going like, that seems a bit much. Because it's no longer even the case that this has less crit chance. This has the same crit chance as a high end. Yeah. Most of my issues are kind of with some of the exotics. Because, yeah, Chameleon earlier as well. Because I'm kind of looking at this base damage going like, did I input this wrong? But no, it's a 6. It's like this kind of aligns. And like we don't get the full number here. This is always annoying, but yeah, we can get a close enough number kind of thing. And yeah. Like the truncated number kind of matches. Because I feel they've balanced them all around their burst and sustain, kind of like this, kind of on this table. But of course, that's not the case when, you know, like these all do talent stuff that is much higher, and also they have all like mods that, because even the Iron Lung has 10 crit chance and 20 crit damage. You can't match that with high ends. Like what? I guess it's completely other than the name. Oh yeah, that's it's a named, and it has a special talent. Like that's what names do. Try to Ravenous. It is not much easier to handle because you don't need to spam fire, but only shoulders up. Yeah. Yeah, I actually want to try out some of the rifles and stuff. I haven't really yet. I also want to try out like the SVD and the Mark 20s and stuff. I'm kind of curious of how they will even feel on full auto. I haven't really actually like fired a shot yet. I've just been in spreadsheet mode for now. Has higher base. It doesn't have a higher base likely. Weapon damage will show up in the second number. Okay. So it will show up on this total weapon damage or this total damage that you have on like the upper right, but it will be the orange part of it. So the base will likely be the same, but because it has a talent that has weapon damage, that will of course increase this total damage number. I saw a bunch of people already kind of getting that wrong. They're going like, oh, it's a higher base than the. I haven't seen it actually, but I'm willing to bet it's not higher base than the normal Magnum. They nerf EB, they should nerf it. I don't like PP, I could see, but no, EB is actually getting quite a big, like it's still up there. And it's actually likely now the thing is, there is the chameleon, so that's magic damage, just burst. The chameleon shouldn't be this high. The capacitor also shouldn't be beating it outright. Because it didn't used to. It used to be Bighorn and then Eagle Bear. But of course now the Eagle Bear has one of the best mods. Or like one of the best mod setups. Because now it has a 15 and a 20. 15 crit chance, 20 crit damage. Yeah. So mod-wise, it has a lot better already. And then, yeah. Well, it doesn't have a damage talent. Because that's the thing. Like, the chameleon does have a damage talent. So does the capacitor, kind of. From, you know, recouping. Because actually, what was capacitor before? Capacitor was like 10% behind the Bighorn already. But it was also like a few percent behind the Eagle Bearer. And then ahead of the Elmo, but then Elmo made it up with the mods, of course. So. Address yes. Yeah. Yes, amounts of time trying to get it in. Oh, actually, yeah, you were the guy, right? Actually, let me go in your history, because yeah, we're kind of actually discussing about you as somebody was also like they're gonna pop up. And were they right? You definitely had inside information, but you also said a bunch of stuff that wasn't the case. So because yeah, you said, for instance, but they will buff weapon mods by 5 times. Only really optimal range got 5 times. A lot of other things got 3 times, and the crit damage. Because yeah, you said not crit chance, but crit damage, optimal range, etc. Crit damage was not times 5, because that's the one I laughed at you at. You did know there was a new exotic foul. And yeah, you did say the rifles were the. So yeah, you had inside information, but then the one thing I'm going to say to you is either you broke your own NDA, or somebody confided in you and you broke their NDA, or you had other sources. But yeah, like you were off by as much as you were right. But also, yeah, like I'm not the person to bring that kind of information to either anyway, because I'm not going to act on it. I don't do news. I don't do speculation. So. Because you weren't right. You knew inside things, but also you got a bunch of stuff wrong, even then. Because also, was it you that said that, or was it another guy? Get your ongoing directive and nego builds ready. Yeah, ongoing directive and negotiator did get buffs, but yeah, they're not going to be that big of a deal, honestly. The negotiator one is basically as well. Like I see a bunch of people going, "Oh, negotiator is not good." Negotiator always was good. It's not really that much better. Honestly, I would have better. Like they should have. If you wanted to make it more competitive and more general use, you should buff the single target damage leading into enemies by a lesser amount. Because now, actually, the outer enemies are going to die even faster when you've marked them than before. So that's actually going to be an issue. Well, not an issue for it, but it's going to be like annoying for it. The Scar is the Mark 16. That's like the file name for it, and also, of course, what it's actually called in the real world. It's the Scar H and the Scar L for those two. Well, the Mark 17 is the Scar H, and the other one is a Scar, and the Mark 16 is a Scar L. Just different cartridges, or different, one is 5.56, one is 7.6. Snipers on PTS? No, not particularly. I mean, they've changed a bunch of them, but they haven't touched the builds. Like they haven't touched the tournament. Like if they wanted to nerf snipers, they would have touched those. A lot of them are getting tuned down, but actually, honestly, the White Dead is kind of going back to the top spot that it was likely. Yeah, Mars is here. Because yeah, model 700s SR1 are kind of going down. SR1s are no longer going to be the main pick anymore. Because even if you want that magazine thing, you can go with the custom or the hunting M44. Although yeah, the custom, because the hunting M44 doesn't have the side one with you can't put a headshot on the underbarrel. But yeah, this is the M44 here. This is the classic M44 carbine, which is the White Death as well, and that's going back up. And of course, it being the White Death on top of that, or having the White Death model, it's going to beat everything else now again. So it's just a shake up there, not so much a real nerf. Keep in mind as well, the 1886 is actually getting a damage increase. So a lot of the rifle-based ones that were based on 1886s, they're basically getting a 30% increase almost. Well, a little bit less than 30, but 25-ish, let's say. Yeah, let's have a look actually. This LMGs a little bit more actually. Yeah, the exotics, like they've balanced them under burst, it feels mainly. That shouldn't be the case. Like Bullet King can do things that others can't, but also this shouldn't be this high. Because honestly, if you were to put this in this list, this is basically just underneath this, and then this whole list is basically like number 2 to number 5, basically. And this first one is a MG5 with a rate of fire mag, which you would never do. It's just not practical. Having that 50 round magazine is not something you would do. Interestingly though, sustain wise, basically the GR9 and the Stoner swapped places. Yeah. I'd be curious on build how this would work out. Because what is their burst difference? They're just around the same burst amounts for the GR9 and the... Although you wouldn't do this anymore. Like if the Bullet King stays here, you're just using the Bullet King. I mean, you would be using the Bullet King over all of this. Hell, you'd be using the Bullet King over ARs. Yeah, by a lot. By a lot. Like this is a 670. This is a 750 for the Bullet King. Like why would you use anything but it? Like even that 21 DTH, if you're even mostly fighting health, like will kind of catch it up, but yeah, this I mean this will likely not make it to the game as is. Actually, yeah, Unburst. So actually that MT49 and the Negev are now really high. MG5 is kind of gone out of it. Where's the RPK? RPK is down there. RPK is going to be horrible even on fast hands reload, right? Yeah. Man, even with max X fast hands, it's still going to be a 2 seconds reload. Where's the M60 E6 E4? Kind of a mid-tier. Good Times kind of looks as a good one, but yeah, also yeah, Negev MT49s with fast hands. Although that's a rate of fire one. Where's the pouch one? MT49 pouch is down here. Actually, yeah, we should just look at fast and sustain, because you wouldn't do anything else here. So it's middle of the pack here. And the Negev pouch is here. Okay. How many theoretical stacks can the MG5 here get? Full 40, right? Yeah. Because yeah, I can likely get 60 out of 100. Well, if you get most of it. 1.48. An infantry MG5 still doesn't look bad, because it'll be here, kind of middle of the pack. Let's remind you again that these are the... Oh, these are then still 100 rounds with that rate of fire mag. Okay, so Negev's MT49's looking good, because especially with fast sounds, they still can compete. RPK is kind of really dropped, like LAD6 as well. LAD6 is getting the MP7 treatment of just go away, kind of, because yeah, it's not competing on anything, honestly. The stoner actually, so this burst versus this sustain. It's the GR9 there. So for fast hand or for steady-handed, stoner looks a tiny bit better. Although yeah, I know it wouldn't, because stoner still loses 5 crit chance because you're stuck with that muzzle. So GR9 still for that. They're actually good times, looking pretty okay, because also the M60 E6 is kind of okay on burst. I mean, it's a mid tier, but like, so it's a lot of other things. And again, Negev and M249. M249 actually with that rate of fire is kind of okay, especially as a 100 round mag, because with fast hands, that's still kind of up your rate. No, drops pretty low actually. But that's still doable. Actually, LMGs in general, because this is, the top is around the same. Spread is kind of the same. But yeah, still looking higher than ARs. But then, of course, ARs have that 21 DTH, which kind of saves them. But with the crit chance loss, actually, I think I'm going to gravitate towards LMGs a lot. Because yeah, you can take 9 crit chance there. Oh yeah, let me get you as I was kind of in my own world again. Way lower than BTS. I was just gonna say, well, I mean, not for everything. Some stuff got raised, especially the M44 is gonna get raised. But also as well, I don't think we're gonna drop below. Like the White Death is gonna do again what now the SR1 was doing. Oh yeah, indeed. That also is a Scar. The Scar was made to be like a one weapon, and then like the receiver and the barrel and stuff could be changed out and then changed into other things. Is RPK nerfed? Yeah, I wouldn't use RPK anymore. That reload on it is horrendous, even with the fast hands. Now it's also just a 60 round max, so you can't even get that up. And with how high its reload now is, even the new reliable, like that's still going to be like a very high reload. There's not a bounce bash from Yubi. Balancing a game just kind of sometimes needs to happen. I'm not against balancing, and also just you saying it's from Yubi, it's from Massive. They're not the same entity. Massive works for Yubi, but at least get that part right. But it isn't a slap. It's much more buffs than nerfs, honestly. Overall, it's just nerfs to the most used items, but that's also why they were the most used. But yeah, if you think this is just all bad, I'm not the person to circle jerk you here. So plenty of streamers that will, so go hang out with them. Let's go for tanky flatline, IPV, RPK, and Breaker are enough. You flatline. Honestly, with these numbers, Bullet King. All right, now with yeah, flatline on top. I mean, you wouldn't per se use LMGs. Well, in PvP maybe more because shield. Although, well, you still generally use shield. Flatline wise, I mean, here just the M249 still fits that role. Negev still fits that role. Both have long rails, I think, as well. Yeah, Dare still wouldn't. Partially because as well, it doesn't have the underbarrel anyway to actually do the thing it needs to do. But Kingbreaker as well actually is not looking too bad or too badly hurt because while it is one of the lowest on burst, it is one of the highest on sustain now because it has one of the faster reloads. A lot of shakeup has happened here because just take this and a +5 basically from it being, you know, flatline, and it's already kind of in this pack, like in the same pack here. I would actually be curious to see if because now the TKB has a completely different reload than the AKs, so that's why it's so much ahead on sustain. I'd be curious actually how far behind on burst it would be on as a flatline basically. For instance, for the Heartbreaker tech tank and stuff. But honestly, with the stat as it has it here, I'm likely to pick this, even though you could go with, because yeah, that sustain being pretty high up there. Although the sustain pack isn't that big of a shift, because AKs are kind of here as well, kind of 6% behind it. Yeah. We'll have to kind of see. We'll have to redo a lot of on-build testing. Okay. Return hasn't touched the game in about a year. Is there any important changes I should know about? I heard we're doing seasonal characters. The seasonal characters have been due to backlash by very vocal parts of the community, which were also like just dicks. They've taken that back. They're not doing that anymore. What they were going to do with seasonal characters, they're still kind of putting, like there's a new systems coming into the game. There's a PTS now currently active, but just for PC players. But yeah, we're getting some new systems. I haven't even really looked at those yet. I'm just doing some number crunching for now. But yeah, there's going to be a pretty big shakeup as well, balance-wise, to next season. So it's not a bad time to jump in. And I wouldn't take that that there is in the leaderboards a thing for an incursion to mean that there's an incursion on the way. Like that. There is plenty of stuff in the game still there that is like we can say basically never coming to the game. Because yeah, there is this Wallop's Island in the leaderboard thing. Don't take this to mean that like for the longest of time we had 2 exotics in the expertise thing, which also never made it to the game. There's a bunch of stuff, placeholder, that gets put into the game and then maybe gets canceled, but still remnants remain like this. Don't take this to mean, because they outright said when they did the seasonal character Q&A thing, that they're not working on raids and incursions. And that they're basically not planning raids and incursions for the at least foreseeable futures. They basically said they're not going to work on raids and incursions anymore. Like, don't forget that part. Because yeah, I would recommend not speculating as much as you do FaZe, because your last speculations also didn't work out for you. Same for the past year. Not really. There's been balance changes and stuff depending on how long you've been away. Even game modes will be new to you. They won't be new to us. But yeah. For them, I heard about it and then decided to quit. Okay. Yeah, no, community went against it and they pulled that idea, which I'm actually kind of sad about, but a loud part of the community is very happy about it. We'll let them be. Bullet King is a new GR9. Bullet King is, in its current state, is the new top weapon. Like this is the, why would you go with this without a reload as well? Because this is burst 750 against like even like maybe Chameleon when it triggers its talent will catch up to it. Nothing else will. And keep in mind that yeah, Bullet King also like it has the 15 crit chance now to compete with that. Like it is competitive to all of these. Like it used to have 10, it used to have 5 crit chance or 10 crit chance less. That was like the balancing factor of it. But even then, it wasn't in this pack. Like the on the burst, like it would be here behind. Well, it was a Negev, so it was basically in that Negev slot as burst, which is like halfway down. Here it's in, it will be in the second spot, but here the first spot is not even a real weapon. Basically, an MG5 with a rate of fire mag is not something that you would ever use. But this will change. Like this is overkill. It is overkill actually on all of the exotics here. All of them are way overtuned. But that's also kind of the case with the ARs, and that's somewhat the case with the SMGs. Although SMGs, yeah, they're also talent reliant. That is kind of hard to tell, but because we kind of have to calculate a bunch of this stuff. Well, we'll do a lot of that tomorrow. Yeah, let's continue on here because yeah, we've been going for a while, and also yeah, I don't have infinite time. I need to jump to work in about 2 hours, but we'll hopefully get all this done. Yeah, rifles. I'm gonna treat rifles we used to do with Big Mag and with Stability Mag. I'm no longer gonna do that. We're just gonna do Big Mags on all of them because they've changed. So let's fill in this one and just we'll put this one up there. For sustain. And so they're working with a new storage bar, how to keep the living balance for the new items. I don't think they're gonna touch the stash size ever. That is an often requested thing. My recommendation is usually don't keep too much. There's no need. Just this game is so easy to farm nowadays. If you're looking for something that you can just refarm, basically add almost anything outside of super unicorns and stuff. But there's enough stash space for that. Like keep in mind, for me, I'm keeping one of every weapon, and that's for exactly like this list. I'm keeping one of every weapon, so I have 184 weapons. Normally, you wouldn't need one of every weapon. You could just, just have a few ARs, have a few things. Like everything in the stash is not on a character and not being used. So it's kind of overkill. And yeah, they've outright said that that would lead to complication, and that is also kind of true. At the moment already, whenever we go into a shared space where stashes are always in safe spaces or in shared spaces, and that's also where no combat can happen. That's also why combat ends the second you enter a shared space. The thing with those is it's already loading quite a bit of data. So because everything of this is, of course, on a server, and everything needs to get kind of sent to your client every time you kind of come, near a stash. And it's already quite a lot that they're sending. So likely we will not see stash increases. Because just them adding gear does not mean you need to keep that gear. You can just, make a build out of it, try it out. If you want to keep it, you keep it as a loadout, because actually it being on a character is where it gets used. And otherwise you just go like, nah, not this one, and just toss it. And especially for a lot of the gear sets and stuff, you can just refarm it if you really want to get it again. Like 2 countdowns will get you enough of, tip of the spear to make a full set. Without even optimizing much. Yeah, let's get started on this one. M1A CQB. So actually, let's check one thing here right away. Well, we have this. Let's actually cover rifles. So it's rifles at the top. Should even have a rifle. Yes. So did they match up M1A CQB and M1A SOCOM? 129.2. 129.2. Okay, so hey, it only took them like 4 years, but they fixed up. Well, 3 years. They fixed up that because the M1A CQB was a much higher number than M1A SOCOM. So we can also take this one out now. This is just or. Slash M1A SOCOM M1A. There we go. Is actually left or stage left. Do I have a stage left? No, but I can craft one. Is the stage left still a different RPM? $330. Oh, that's a rate of fire. Okay, and whatever. 320. Yeah, so stage left also got fixed. Okay, so this just gets to go now. So we have one less. That's nice. All right. Because the stage left also used to be a different number. Yeah. So let's start taking numbers. I want to, so 129, 150, 50. All of the RPMs are the same actually, right? Yeah. So is it most of the max sizes. So let's actually do, because I have the old numbers on the side there. This one goes away. Gosh, let's just do it like this. So this is from underneath this, right? Accidentally copied instead of pasted. Yeah, so this is ACRSS. There. Yeah, max sizes and stuff as well. Yeah, so we don't have to look at those. Yeah, let's sorry do this as well. 15. No, actually, just that one, right? Just the Mark 17. It's weird that they're touching the Mark 17 here and not the rest. What am I doing? Just do this and then fix up this to 15, this to 8. Where's the Mark 17? This to, no, it's already 30. There we go. Yeah. Now, bases. All your base are belong to us. 97719. CRSS. Actually, yeah, let's fill out the rest of it as well because let's not jump around too much because it's gonna break my brain. 23260. It's the 299.55. CRSS 92344 44 297.45. OUC 100.590. Uh, 252.55. For 103.747.
Purification tablets will be restricted until further notice. Please boil your water for at least 1 minute before consumption.
203.55. 203s here. That's MDR battle rifle. 102.947. $947. $297.60. MDR finally getting its 28 optimal range fixed. Mark 17. Actually, this is a scar here as well, yeah. 145815. 815. It's the annoying thing if you're just doing a ton of numbers, it just all melts together. 247.55. 6 QB. 125834. 125834. 292.45. Just a normal sig. 121.228. 121.228. 292.45. Actually, it's the same as. Come on.
If you notice suspicious activity, report it to the nearest JTF member immediately. Do not intervene or risk causing potential harm to your
16. Interesting. 106, 948. 106, 948. 294.50. Is M16 wasn't changed actually to full auto, was it? It wasn't in that list, right? Which makes sense because it's kind of burst fire. So it'd be weird if it was full auto. Mark 17 or Mark 47. 121 142. 42.
We're seeking
203.55.
construction workers, plumbers, welders, and electricians report
Classic M1A.
earliest possible convenience.
It's interesting that this is getting this much of a. I mean, it was left behind, definitely. 231.290. 231.290. 286. 60. 1886. 429880. 429880. Actually, this has changed that already. 347. What? What was this? What was this before? It's quite an increase. 347.35. No, it even got a bump in its optimal. Last but in the past least, but likely actually now no longer the least. 144,500. 500. 201. Oh, that's just wrong. Okay. I was very confused here why this number is red, because it's going from a 2.4 to a 2.01. That's not a nerf, that's a buff. Last time I checked, less reload speed is like a shorter time needed for the reload is better. Is that anywhere else actually that I missed? Not here at least, but maybe somewhere else as well. But yeah, this is going to a 2.01, which is a pretty hefty buff actually. 60. Okay. Let me get you on chat for a second as well. Again, in my own world. Why not Sledgehammer? Sledgehammer was definitely like one of the strongest things in the game, and yeah, we were using it as much as we could. So, but yeah, currently actually the mosquito is like broken and a little bit too much there. But yeah, Sledgehammer, yeah, it was too good of a buff. I still would like to see it more have a reduction than completely just being personal. Like just make it 20% for the team or something. Instead of what they did now on it. So this was the name of the AR, all those guys I had. Currently AR-wise, likely Chameleon, actually. Followed up by basically Eagle Bearer, and then actually there is no like full. I mean, FAMAS is still up there, especially as fast dance. But then it's kind of a mishmash of like what you kind of like. Because Carbine 7 is going to be up there just because it's much more of a accurate weapon. M4 is kind of up there again as well for being accurate weapon. CTAR is looking like really good, but that as well needs to be almost basically fast stance if you're just using it generally. But honestly, if it stands as is, Bullet King, this Bullet King is is very much up there. Like only the SMGs beat it, but yeah, Bullet King can still like be at range. We're still the Burst King. Well, I mean, on just a pure burst and stuff. I mean, it's still is it the highest still? I mean, it's beating all the ARs and LMGs definitely by quite a bit. That was never gonna change much because it's only lost 10% from rate of fire. It's definitely dropped in its sustain because it used to also compete on sustain with a lot of stuff, but now that's no longer the case. But Oreo is still way up there. It's still one of the top weapons to use, especially if you just need to get burst out. Except that like this Bullet King is not far enough behind for it to, because you got to remember that like this sustain number that is basically what the Bullet King is also always doing. So when the Oreo is doing like 467, it's gonna drop underneath the Bullet King way too fast. But yeah, all of these LMGs are kind of, all of the exotics LMGs are kind of way too high. We'll likely not see them reach the main game like that. We'll have to see. Is the server down right now? Are the main game servers having issues? Because I shouldn't be. I feel I would have someone would do know if they're fixing it well. I'm in the BTS. It seems doesn't seem to have any. At least, well, I haven't been playing much, so maybe in play. Mosquito is better than Sledge. Well, currently it is. There is an issue with it where you can infinitely stack it. I'll likely try it out in a second, but yeah, you can, if you just do it at the range or something, as long as the enemy doesn't die, you can just keep putting 20% on it until you reach 1 billion damage per shot. It doesn't seem to time out. It seems to either be refreshing or not timing out correctly per stack or stuff like that. So you can kind of keep stacking, which likely will not make it to the main game like that. Yes, that's a little silly, of course. The said it was fixed. Okay. And Hater can't. How bad is it? Well, not too bad, honestly. I might even say it's kind of good for the game. Although we still need to do a bunch of other calculations for builds and stuff. Honestly, with these balances, if this chameleon gets adjusted, if all of the LMGs exotics get adjusted, the rest of it I kind of like, honestly, because they've been doing. This has been kind of made by somebody that had either intentions, might have of course just be completely random, but they've made it so that a lot of like the high burst weapons are kind of bad on their sustain, and then inversely as well, a lot of the like higher burst weapons, like FAMAS up here is all the way down here. Sitar, that is like high up here, is all the way down on sustain. And then weapons that are very low on burst, like this TKB here, is like one of the top sustainers. So we can kind of now have weapons for sustain and weapons for burst, and that actually be cool. Like actually having not just one weapon be the top, but situationally going, okay, we're gonna care more about continuous fire a little bit here, and we're just gonna go with a TKB or an AK or stuff like that. Well, actually, AK not so much, because AK still has that long reload. Because yeah, they've played around as well with a lot of the reloads and stuff, and of course the changes to fast hands. But yeah, let's now that we have this, let's actually copy this over to the other lists. Although, yeah, we're just gonna, because what we used to have is with a lot of these weapons, I would also do them with Big Mag, and actually let's just cross all this through. Because everything is with Big Mag here, or well, with the largest mag size we can go with, because these things play completely different now. We're not gonna stability mag them likely anymore. Okay, so let's also do the exotics rifles. Let's start at the top. Dr. Home 129.2. That's likely just still the same as this. Same 320. 10 max size. 60 optimal. And a 1.78. But yeah, a lot of the changes, actually, I'm kind of happy. Also, for instance, the max size, like you now can have a 15 time or a 15 size max size, you know. Didn't mean to grab anything. Let's trying to, of course, mod it. But yeah, with a lot of these weapons, because that'll also be interesting. We're gonna keep it as is now. But yeah, you can have 20. You can have 20 reload, or 20 mag, and then -10 reload, or you can have 15 rounds without that hit. So we kind of have to see as well, kind of. Actually, I mean, the 20 round is likely with the -10 reload is likely still going to be better. But yeah, that'll be a whole discussion as well and stuff. There's actually a lot of interesting changes here. And even as well, just the crit chance, crit damage mods now just being balanced versus each other, being 5 and 10 instead of 5 and 5. Like in the past, you should never have put crit damage mods on weapons. Now, it's basically a choice. You can either have it on the gear or on there. And also it being 5 and 10 instead of 6 and 12, you can now kind of have a different balance. So if you want to like hit, you know, let's say you want to have, you run 49, but you want to be on 52, put 3 crit damage mods on the weapon and then put crit chances on the gear instead. Because now those are, of course, 1 higher. You still lose a little bit of crit damage, of course, but you can balance out your crit chance a lot better now. Time is not been done by AI. The last one wasn't either. I think this time it has actually been done a lot on burst. Like looking at those burst numbers, they seem to be just trying to hit somewhat around the same burst. But then on the exotics, especially, they're kind of failing and hitting actually a way too high burst because the damage challenge goes on top of that. Like they shouldn't be as high on some of the, well, especially those LMGs. Those all 4 LMGs are way too high. Especially both. Because even with the damage talent on something else, you're barely keeping up with the Bullet King. So you might as well just go Bullet King, have that damage always there, and kind of, yeah. So that PTS is broken, it didn't lower the value, it says, but still 1. Okay, I haven't really. I mean, we're likely in a minute, or well, not in a minute, but well, it kind of depends how. Because I'm going pretty slow just because I'm also getting myself distracted, but I'm definitely going to calculate out like what the new strikers and stuff kind of is, and then during that we'll see as well. Actually, so this is then this AKM, right? 102 143, but that doesn't line up with that because there's no AKM in the rifles outside of Ruthless and Merciless. I might still just take that number. 102 143. Although that doesn't align with this truncated number, but we'll figure that out later. Actually, that's this one. Yeah, let's Vindicator. Wait, yeah, we did Dr. Home or Vindicator. Is this just MDR? Yeah. Actually, we're going to take the rest of the MDR as well. Does it have an optimal range mod? Oh, yeah. Just set that number. 270. Rev 672. Is there anything with Rev space? No, right? 67.2. Actually, yeah, it's likely still the old number. Although, yeah, we can calculate this out. Let's do that. Doesn't have. It's interesting that, yeah, they didn't touch disk for transcript damage, but that's fine. 167. 950. What is our weapon damage? 125 plus 25. So 150. 67180 and then times 2. No. 67,180. Yeah, so it's the same number. So. It fires 2 shots. Fires 2 of those things. 0, 50, 240, 60. Yeah, let's be merciless. So 400, 30, 35, 196. Diamondback also gets 430. It's going even higher. So yeah, it's the same as the stand. And actually, we can just take all of this. Likely. It's going to be shorter reloads. Actually, this will be the same for the 1886. We'll fix up those reloads much later because yeah, it's going to be a 2.66. Thing is that their number is just the base. Here, depending on some of the mags are, of course, minus 10 reload, but some of them aren't. Of course, like this doesn't have a max slot anyway. So you're not getting that minus 10 reload, offsetting that initial number. But it'll fix us up later. That's not big of a deal. And this is long reloads on BB, yeah. I mean, that's always been the case. First time I really enjoyed it. Well, glad. Oh, actually, I was not even on the right thing. Sorry. Although, well, we're just filling in this, but yeah, we're just doing a lot of busy work. But yeah, like shit needs to get done. But yeah, I was not even on the right scene, not even showing it. Seems to be solid play with it, the PTS this year. I haven't looked at that one yet at all. We'll add it into the burst and sustain tables, and also then tomorrow is gonna be the day I'm just gonna spend more time actually playing around with stuff because I missed yesterday. I'll be missing this evening as well. But yeah, tomorrow and Monday is gonna be messing about time for me, especially, and actually playing the game a little. Yeah, so we have all these numbers now. Let's actually put them all out. Actually, we need to as well, because now fast hands matters for these now that they work this way. We'll need to add fast hands in for this, which normally you wouldn't care about that, but now you would. Yeah. So yeah, let's get this sorting. Actually, I don't need to. I mean, we're gonna take all the things. Data, sword range. Z2A. Oh, of course, that's, you know what? No, so we'll do this part because, yeah, it's of course lowest number value first. By I, sword range by I, Z2A. Sorry. Okay. Sword range. Which is Z2A. Yeah. This one's by G. Sword range. G. Z to A. Oh, that's very low. And then that's one. G. Z to A. Okay. We have all of the rifle things now. And I'm no longer going to do the rifles without the extended mags because you might as well have that. Actually, I might do the both, like both the big mag and then the plus 15 mag and the plus 20 mag. So actually, yeah, let's have a look at this now that we kind of have it. Again, as expected, that M16 kind of looked pretty good for sustained. It also still kind of, but the M16 didn't get the thing, right? Like it's still just burst fire. That's the reason to have one of every weapon, as I do. You can test stuff. Let's get that one out of here. Okay, so that's why. That's why it's so high. But wait, the 1886 is the top burst. What? What? Okay. That is... Why would you put that one at the top? This is already kind of nice for... although, of course, I mean, it's going to be the worst sustainer, right? Yeah, so... Oh, well. Second worst. It's still ahead of the M1 ACQB. Why? Oh, the... just by pure punching power? Yeah. Well, actually, firing time wise, now that it has 8 rounds, because yeah, it's 8 rounds in 100, like 100 rounds per second. It's actually, this is gonna fire for longer than this actually, so it's gonna hit its reload less actually, which is odd. Also, actually, this reload number will be lower as well because it won't have the this wouldn't have it either, so this would also have a faster reload. We'll fix that all up tomorrow. Let's just get it because we still have shotguns and pistols and MMRs to go. So, and we're already like 3 hours in. So with rifles with extended mags, yeah. I mean, now that an ACR SS, actually, I haven't tried this out yet at all. But now that the ACR SS does this, without having to click, you want to treat them kind of in the same way as ARs. They're just basically ARs with much more damage per mag. Actually, let's have a look at that because actually burst-wise, like where does one of the higher ones land? So let's say that is still 50 rounds. Actually, yeah, let's take this 6, so 671 there against the F2000, which also has a -1 mod. So yeah, it's still yeah. So they balanced it to be just under ARs, which is the right thing to do because yeah, if they exceeded ARs in burst and sustain, they will still exceed them in sustain because they just fire slower, so they take more times between reloads. Because if we take that same like SIG here, although actually the SIG, so 511 versus like 400. So because that is the downside of if you make rifles like this, rifles actually, the thing is they're still so much more jumpy than any of the ARs. But you can get used to this. Let's try something a little bit, actually no, let's try a Mark 17. Though this likely has stability mag, because yeah, we don't want that anymore. And this is that's the, yeah, that's the jumping issue of the Mark 17 kind of. So yeah, where does the UIC land here? Is UIC kind of... Oh, UIC is still the worst burst. Did I get this number right? I would have thought... Oh yeah, it was that far behind, was it? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I needed more than that. Okay. But let's actually with a lightweight M4 and LVOC for a second. Actually, maybe as well SIG, CQB, LVOC, lightweight M4. I mean, yeah, it's still have the rifle issue anyway. Because honestly, what this feels like is like using rifles with a macro, which I used to do in the past. I haven't done so for a long while. I feel it's a little bit too cheesy because also actually, you know, in the past, if you were firing an versus ARs, they were actually a decent chunk higher if you were macroing it. This is basically, you know, built-in macro into the game. Still kind of tenable, but then the thing is, as a secondary, especially for ammo conservation and stuff, because while you still have like half ammo versus ARs, you're still actually using less than it. Because yeah, let's see. So like that M4 is there, obviously it's here. Surprisingly that these two are actually a solo under burst. Lightweight M4 can sustain even without a talent. We'll kind of need fast hands charges for these as well now because of the way they work now. So. Let's put a chat down there for a second, actually. So I should put these rifles away for now. And we'll go on to the Shotty Gunny. Actually, that's the next rifle, I think. And I'm making doubly sure that I put all weapons that I grab back because I need them in a second and they're not there. That's going to be extra annoying if I'm like on a different character or something. I'd be curious to see if we can kind of stable them up. Just get them a little bit more stable with maybe some gear and then... But then as well, you're giving up damage. Because actually, where's the classical Monet in all this? Classical Monet... Classical Monet, yeah. I'd be curious about the baker's dozen. Yeah, it's too bad that this Mark 17 went to 30 rounds. It's likely to pull it back in this pack. Because honestly, the Mark 17 still looks good even with that 30 round mag. So actually, for how long does this kind of fire? As the guns begin, as I barely had some sleep, I got home at like 4 in the morning, so I had like 6 hours of sleep and then jumped onto stream. You know what, firing time wise, it can still get by just because its rate of fire is so much lower. Let me catch up on some of this as a kind of rating up. Still gonna without a bunch of accuracy and stability mods. Well, I mean, you can still get away with it, especially short range, like on that's not hard to do. Thing is, of course, on this, but ARs have kind of, you know, the same issue. I mean, it's not as bad, or this is worse than ARs, of course, but for mid-rangers and stuff. The thing with them is they're so good for ammo conservation, or like especially having as a secondary. Because of just the ammo pool wise. Because even though you get like 500 rounds or so, just, you know, you get 504 backup ammo, that lasts you a lot more than AR's 1000, just because also kind of like the rate of fire is. Oh, they've added a barring thing to the top there, I see now. 26 anything on tools, yeah. Wait, sorry. Zero contractors folks include if not is enough to one tap elites on legendary. That's actually, yeah, I mean the thing is I'd be curious if they actually would pull through with this, because when I noticed there as well, so if we take this 429 base of a rifle, right, 1886 rifle, 429, okay, if we go to MMRs, that would put it at second place. That would put it, oh well, third place. It would be the Model 700, the Carbine M44, and then it would be the 1886. It's yeah. The thing is, it's still you know, you're losing a little bit of a headshot. You're losing, for instance, as well with the classic M44, the max in the mag, you're gonna put +5 weapon damage. So you're getting a tiny, you know, getting like 2% there. You're getting from the mods a few. You get to have a scope. So there is all that. MMRs have much higher headshots, where the 1886 will be crit damage as the second stat, and you're likely not gonna have enough crit chance to like really make that work anyway. So MMRs will still be beating it, especially, you know, White Death, because the White Death kind of feels similar to it anyway, but it's kind of odd that it is that high. That one says anything against the artist tool. Which one? Oh, the sick against the artist tool. I mean, that's already kind of up here. Like, yeah, actually, let's have a look. Although we still need to do this on build, because it kind of depends on how much you're getting on build. But because how much of a difference do they used to have? Yeah, the signal. Okay, so actually now the CQB might be worth using, because you're not losing that much. Because it used to be you were losing the normal SIG with one mod more, because this other one, the 716 with CQB, is one mod less, and they were like 1% apart, 1.5% apart. Here, they're at least like almost 4% apart, and yeah, one mod is not gonna make the difference there. So the 6 CQB is kind of now the go-to, because what you lose in crit chance there, you just put on the build and you'll likely be hit. Or well, crit chance or crit damage. Try Ravenous? Actually, I haven't tried Ravenous yet. Although trying and stuff we'll mostly do tomorrow, because yeah, I don't have enough time right now. See. Although we'll try this with our Mars. I'm also curious like how the Mark 20 and stuff is gonna behave. I'm guessing that thing is the that's a fat finger. I mean, that's so much easier now. I mean, that's the thing is, I used to macro, so to me this isn't anything special, because this is just like how it used to be. I used to macro it firing automatically as soon as it could. Oh yeah, let's have a peek at the exotics. Because the Diamondback is going kind of in the same thing. Dr. Home is actually it's gaining toward on what it had at the moment. All of these actually, so the peak is a little bit higher, right? Or well, the M1A CQB has been pushed back into the pack. So that's the UCS actually no. So yeah, rifles in general have been going kind of down. Oh, that was the Vindicator I'm looking at. Yeah, the Doctor Arm used to be 910. So they had to kind of do that if they're pulling this up. Because yeah, this M1A CQB like while it looks good there, it doesn't here. Meaning that it's nice for the first two mags, but then it's gonna get caught up by a lot of stuff around it. But actually, again, like there is no, to me in this set, although of course, you know, the 1886 is there, but that's a completely different tool. We use that much more for headhunter and stuff. If we take this M16 isn't full auto, but if we take like this section, with the exception of the Resolute and the UIC, because even though they have kind of good sustain here, that still doesn't make up for how much burst they lose. But this whole section, so from classic M1A all the way down to lightweight M4 there, is all just preference. Like, is all going to be up to, because all of them are kind of within a ballpark where it kind of makes sense together as well, that they kind of have the inverse here, because they're basically in the reverse order here. So their lower bound is higher. So with all of these higher ones as well on their burst, they're going to get caught up in longer fights by the sustainers. But that, of course, requires longer fights, which we don't always have. That's why we generally pick on burst first. But because yeah, let's have a look. Travis always. No, yeah, kind of nice. Although Ravenous, of course, gains a lot by. Actually, Ravenous going as higher up as it has in comparison. Well, that's mostly the M1A CQB kind of being dropped. Because yeah, the Ravenous is still the exact same numbers that it used to be. It's just full auto now, which helps it a lot, of course. Vindicator. Actually, with the increases to its amp, this doesn't look too bad either. 651. Gonna put it here-ish with a pretty good talent. It's not a great talent, but it's okay. Merciless, yeah. Merciless is still gonna be tap fire, so yeah, Dexter basically got a knock down, and Diamondback got a knock up. Because yeah, how much does the Diamondback sustain? Force over 7. So even with those reloads, you're still kind of keeping up. Plus, you have the talent on top. That's it. This, of course, does not include the talent. Diamondback's kind of looking in the same same deal as, although not as bad as like the Chameleon and stuff. It's a little overtuned, I feel. Yeah. Oh, yeah, actually, I want fast hands tables for these as well, eventually. That'll help a lot. Because we kind of need to kind of try those things out. Yeah, let's move on to shotguns, which isn't as big of a list, and also it doesn't have multiple variants or anything, so it's kind of easier. Pistols is a big list though in a second. Yeah, let me catch up to chat for a second. No, he doesn't there. So Mark 17 for negotiation. I mean, with negotiator, you do kind of care about rate of fire, because that's also your amount that you're marking. And of course, the Mark 17 is kind of lower. Although, yeah, like I said, with the rifles, like it's hell. Between like in this whole section, so from classic M1A on the burst, at least, like from the classic M1A all the way to the lightweight M4 is up to taste, because they basically flip the other way on sustains. So like you can pick these first two, and especially maybe with some mitigation through weapon handling or fast hands, or well, fast hands wouldn't have enough stacks, but you can do stuff to them. And then this whole section is kind of just to taste, like especially like all of these are so close to each other on burst, and they're kind of flipped on their sustain. So big Annie. But I think rifles for ARs rifles now then instead of I could see that instead of ARs, because you have the more damage per mag, and also once you mark, you're kind of like doing bigger chunks. Although there is a philosophy there of maybe doing smaller chunks so that your marks, you're not over damaging, you're not over killing. But generally, we don't care too much about that. Let's negotiate with the new fall exotic. This thing will be meta. Well, I haven't tried the AR yet. I actually don't even remember what it does. That's in this other list, isn't it? Where's it in there? Is what does it even do? Oh yeah, this marking thing. Yeah, it kind of depends on how well this marking thing works. But yeah, for door camping, I can totally see this. Still gonna lose a little bit because of that crit chance and stuff. Because it's pretty low on that, and the premium's going up on crit chance. We can't just Cheska our way up. It kind of depends on how useful this is, because keep in mind that it's competing against other talents. There's plenty of situations where stuff isn't spawning like this, like Summit or such. But then Countdown, yeah. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll put it into the list in a little bit. We'll at least see its numbers. But of course, it has a talent that we kind of have to play around with. Let's continue with shotguns. I got myself sidetracked again. What happened? Oh. I need to show more here. Because I can't click those ones. I can click these ones. 2 shots, but only 1 count on hit registration. Oh, did it actually? Didn't pay attention to it. I was more just looking at that, I was jumping around and stuff. Also kind of depends on if that talent is additive or not. Because yeah, especially if it's multiplying against itself, that's gonna stack up real fast. Anyway, Phaedrus. Yeah, let's get into shotguns. The guns that go shot. I might do the same here for a second. We're just going to take the RPM and max size because most of them are staying the same. With the exception of double barrel and sawn off. Okay. Because I won't even look at those then. Yeah, let's just start at the top. 612, 409, 469. 69. 314. Rock and roll. Well, ACS. 180, 739. I lost the 739. Let's already put this as actually let's get all of them and then we'll put it for ACS as well. 335 16. From a 210 to a 335. Wow, that is quite the increase on the reload there. Yeah, Calibre M870, 703 527, 703 527, 325 11. Yeah. Oh, I should not get that yellow color there. So, do I have a Calibre? Likely make a Calibre. Let's get the altered. Well, actually, as well, all of these reloads we have to eventually just take from in-game because we have the watch affecting them. So all of these lists are generally made with because a normal 870 is already as well 270. Yeah, like that. But for now, it's fine for a little bit. All right, that's of course 50 now. I was like, that is a big jump, but yeah, that's 50. That got changed, of course, as well. So, Super 90. Uh, 354 423. 423. Yeah, my brain's kind of shutting off as it's a lack of sleep as well a little bit. Kind of filling it down. 46511. SASG 317 946 305, 14. Double barrel shotgun. 677. Yeah, 677 979.
Firearms training is now available at the shooting range.
97.
To book a time slot, report to the range. Those with previous law enforcement or military experience
419 11. 419? What?
Could use some more crafting materials. I really
It's a,
should make
it's a
myself
long reload
chair.
for 2 shots. Like 2 seconds to get each shell in. What was the old one? 2. It's basically doubling. It's getting its rate of fire cut in half and then like getting like 50k on its base. That's not gonna work out for it. 635,584. 635,854. 584. Uh, 221.7. Spash. Not that anybody will care about those double barrels. It's going to do 5.5. 795,371. 371. 5.5, 16. KSG. 754,180. 79960. And a lot of these like 9 9s, just make them 8. Just make it. Why not? Yeah, let's go. Get the exotics. Exotic.
food rations will be restricted for the next 24 hours. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at 4 exotics are going like, wait, why do I have a list with only 3? But of course, Lullaby. Lullaby is just the sweet dreams. Sweet dreams are made of lullabies. Actually, lullabies are made of sweet dreams. So is this the same as this? Yep. 307. Man, having to hit a reload now to get the full buff up and to get to shock. So that's a lot. So is this the same as this? Yeah. That was actually a pretty big buff to the sweet dreams, because that spot is gonna go to the top of the list, I feel. I mean, not on burst. No. Super 90 is still gonna outburst it. And of course, a bit of the double barrels, but they were insanely high in the past. 440. Overlord. It looks like the KSG number indeed. 70, 12, 16. 6.39. There we go. Okay, let's copy and paste and start our sorting process. Oh, doesn't really matter. Why didn't I just do all of those first? I should cut these out already. Okay, let's get the sorting, shall we? These can just be done like that. H. H, Z to A. G. And G. So look at our hands first. So actually, let me catch you on chat first. It's in there for a while. Good. Spells feel so sluggish. I mean, that's a pretty low fire rate and stuff, but yeah, it's gonna be the it's gonna be the Headhunter one from now on. Spots is already the thing as well with the spots is though is it is lacking mods, but that's not gonna make a difference for Headhunter too much. Well, actually, we do need for on this Fury, we do need more headshot. Although headshots didn't go up, right? Any of the headshot mods? I mean, actually, some of them did. Although, I mean, that wouldn't matter for that one still. Because you do give up a little bit of headshots, but the next one up is the KSG, which is not going to be in range to catch up to it with just 2 mods. Now let's actually have a look. Yeah. So yeah, these the double barrels are getting they used to be like 200% of everything else. Yeah, basically like double everything else on their burst, but they were of course also silly because you couldn't actually use them like that. So they were pulled back into the fray, but then also completely destroyed on their sustain. So they were already useless. They'll still be useless. So now SASG, although actually where does SASG land here? Okay. Although for Tsunami, SASG is pretty high up here in the burst. Although the Super 90 isn't too far behind, like it's not a big percentage difference. The Super 90 with its non-mag reload though is of course like way down here. We should actually make fast stands as well for these with per pellet hit. But yeah, Tsunami on this is looking kind of good. Spot 12 for Headhunters. Rock and Roll is still doing, we'll still use it for stacking. It's the top sustainer now because yeah, the 612 really lost. That's the big loser here. It used to be decent on burst, but then like exceptional on sustain. Like it was the top sustainer by 10% in in the past. KSG. How did it move up so much on sustain, actually? So I've got a tiny buff to its reload speed, but that was it. And base damage. Was it just really low on burst? Oh, it was like really low on burst. Okay, so it moved up in burst, and because of that, it's also pretty high on sustain. Colibra also kind of looking okay-ish here, but yeah, I think the general use one from now on will be the SASG. And especially Tsunami. I just that reload mechanic of it. You have 7 rounds to get 2 kills. And you just have to hit that. Because the 612 is kind of out of the running. I mean, actually, it's not even, because yeah, I was so far ahead. It's as a general use one that it now is kind of middle of the pack. But actually, it's not too bad. Because it does straddle, you know, the SSG is above it on burst, but below it on sustain. By a decent amount on sustain as well. Although, of course, the sustain kind of doesn't matter when you're pummeling. Although you're locking yourself into that talent, of course. And actually, so Sweet Dreams.
Physical and verbal violence inside the perimeter will not be tolerated. Violators risk permanent expulsion from the secure area.
I mean, the thing is always, Sweet Dreams is going to compete with just its base model, being a Spaz 12 here. And actually, what does the Sweet Dream actually comes with mods, doesn't it? But yeah, nothing useful. It's accuracy, reload, and optimal range. So yeah, not getting more crit chance out of it. Because if this Spaz 12 being high is kind of misleading, because yeah, it's gonna lose 2 crit chance mods. Oh well, now it's either 10 crit chance or 20 crit damage that is kind of losing. So it's gonna drop likely way actually to the bottom. It's not too far enough ahead. It's actually a decent spread, especially once we kind of go from the SASG from 84 to 77%. Definitely made by somebody that kind of was looking at some charts. Scorpio losing quite a bit. Actually, how much did it actually lose? The SSG or the 612 going from, what is it over there? 977 to 877. So yes, losing like 100k base burst DPS. And it's losing, it's going from 682 to a 460. Okay. Sustain. Yeah, it's losing a lot on. But actually, this as ASG kind of looks, the sags looks kind of like the one general use one. And yeah, of course, Tsunami. Not against that. Is here for now. Oh, for Headhunters, yeah, for Headhunters you can kind of pick between the two. Like if you need because you're likely for Headhunters Fury, you kind of need some headshot mods generally to reach that 150 still. So then the KSG. And then for like high-end Headhunters, Spaz 12. In any case, for all of those things, because also even the 870 has gone up a tiny bit, but has gone up. So even that is like in the same way as we had with Project Resolve. It'll still do what it used to do because it's just doing more. Yeah, let's move on to pistols. So pistols and MMRs to go. And pistols is a big list, always has been. Although actually, wait, Are they separating out some of these? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 16, 17. And I have like 14. What? Oh, Maxim 9 and stuff is in here, isn't there? Ew. Okay. Yeah, because we also have the Disora special. Although, are they getting? They're still going to be sub-statted, right? This is also this P320. Ah, okay. So this is one of them. And then yeah, the Maxim from here. Although actually, let's actually get that. Let's get this. That's not in here. And so I'm curious, are these now then full statted? Because if they're not, like, it doesn't matter what. Although, kind of matters. Then they don't have a separate D50. Let's actually get this one though. I don't have a separate 93R. Okay, so.
It's fine with me. Okay, I just want to get it resolved.
Let me be your one-stop shop.
Also, I think I'm combining these two, or this used to be the same now. Yeah, let's actually look at them for a second. No, so they're still not maxed at it, and you can't put detox on them, so they're irrelevant. Yeah, so we won't care about those. We'll care about this list. Did any of the mag sizes and stuff and RPMs change? Actually, a lot of them did. So we'll just have to do the full list. Let's just get started. Card 45. 110010. 110010. It's a big list. 31010. Well, actually, we'll just have to pay attention because, yeah, this is going to be 21, of course, because it's going to be 10 base 21. Yeah, we can always consult the right side there. 19112. PX4 91670. Uh, 38014. 80. So 14 plus 11, so 21 or 25. So it used to be 17 rounds, right? So yeah, it's plus 11, yeah. So that's a plus 11 one as well. 1.912. Officer M9. Actually, what I could do. Yeah. Line that up. 95675. 90. 95. I already lost it. 675. 350. 26. Done. Or actually, does this that's a 26. 2.24, 16. 2.24, 16. D50. 189123. Bump up to 200. 825518. I'm gonna mag. Military M9. 102563. 350, 24. No, 26. 15 plus 11. 2.2416. Actually, I could just take that over. X45 tactical. Oh, X45 there. 88301. Why is this not in alphabetical order? All of the other ones were, right? I just didn't care about pistols. 88301. No, actually, what was I? It's 45. Yeah. 88301. 426. 22516. Custom 93941. 41. 370 21. So one of these doesn't have a mag. I don't need to. Pistols is of course on my second account, so can't even like. Although we can cross-reference to the right side there and see which one's like. Well, it's mostly just the revolvers, right? And then that M19. Actually, does the M1911 still get it? I think the 93R. Or is it some other one that doesn't get it? Yeah. We'll see in a second. 1M14. Yeah. It's also the first wave is higher, right? Yeah. We can already put this. Let's actually do the first wave one first, but I see already that that's basically the same. Yeah, none. 100 704. 1911. 129 854. 310 18. 310 18. 2.33 12. 12, and I already see as well that this is the same as here, which is a different base. Y24M09D21 X45. Wait, this is. Wait, did they leave out the X45 tactical, or are they both getting the same stats? Did they have the same stats? Well, no. Or did I have this double? Sure, let's go here. Let's go check our brethren. No, there's two X45s, right? Because there's also the one that you craft. Yeah, your X45 tactical replica and then tactical. And did they have the same bases? I don't think so, right? Or did one not have a mag size? Was that it? We can check that tomorrow. I'll load up on second account and we'll have all the pistols there. But for now, just as a starter. Yeah, seeing as we don't per se have stats for it, seeing as there's one X45 here. Because what used to be the difference between them? Five max size. You know, for now we'll take these stats and we'll check. We'll check tomorrow on second account. We have one of each pistol. Let me catch up here on chat for a second as well. Can you toggle the modifiers? I haven't really messed around with any of that stuff. I still even don't really know what it is. I haven't watched the video yet. We'll likely leave that for tomorrow. I'll watch that at the start of the stream and kind of then jump into it. But I have no idea about the new game modes and stuff. I've just been busy with this as yesterday I was missing, and this evening as well. I'll be at work. So tomorrow I'll catch up on a bunch of stuff like that. And hey there, get your cookies, yeah. And welcome. Well, yeah, no, doing pretty good. Although, yeah, for me, it's way in the afternoon already. But yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for the well wishes. I'll get you on the other side as well. Where's the reload on the capacitor? 1.86. Is that I input something incorrectly? It is showing as 1.86. I can make it 1%. Because yeah, I'm just taking this number, like whatever it says here. The PDR. Oh, so first of all, the PDR will have a -10 because here this plus 11 rounds is not coming with a -10 reload. But also, actually no, the PDR will likely be that number because you get +10 from the watch and then -10 from the mag, but then the 2.23, yeah, so that lines up. Because yeah, with these mags we're getting, you know, +10 from the watch and a -10 from the mag. The capacitor doesn't have that. Also, it might have actually a different base reload than it. I'm just taking whatever number it says here for now. We'll look into it much later. Does it have weapon handling? I don't think this has weapon handling, right? Oh, actually, it also has 10 weapon handling. So it has basically, the watch is active because it's not getting reduced by the other one. And then also on top of that, we have 10% weapon handling for another relay, or a little bit of relay. Because keep in mind though that on LMGs and stuff, I've taken it from their list. And for these actually, so the big mags will have we'll have that same -10 reload. So Like on these will kind of stay the same, but actually on the other ones, we have actually 10 from the watch active, but I'll fix those up like later. That's like a minor thing. It's not even like, it's likely not even going to change anything in positions. So mostly I'm more caring now about, you know, if it's wrong for all of them, then it's kind of fine. So 586. 233, 223. Those kind of numbers are just there to confuse me on that. 233, 223. Or when we dot them over 160. 278.16. 278.16. 93R. 52965. 52965. 700. Now also in like a few months, people are gonna ask, but why aren't pistols out of fire as well? And they'll have to change those as well. What are we gonna do? 20 plus 11 is 31. Yeah. 19112. 12. Snibnus Ditherus. 211 246. 246. 186. Actually, we can. Was it 180? No, that's a 186. Let's already as well. 186. 318. Okay, and just the normal D zeros, 204752. 4752. Yeah. Okay, let's do all of the pistol exotics as well, real quick. Start with Reggie Boy. Wait, did the regulars change at all? No. Actually, then we can just take it from here. So let's take it from there to here. 60, 16. It's optimal changed. Is it the optimal of the Magnum change? Is that what it's getting that from? Yeah, the 586 got reduced from 17 to 16. So yeah, that part did carry over. But actually, what is this reload? 2.32. It lost a lot in its reload. Carrying over from there. From the 586. So actually, yeah, slight nerf to the Regulus. Tiny though. Liberta. 189.2 there. So is that the same as the 189.2? Yeah, that's carried out. That is that D50 there. 230 because it has that has changed, of course. 8, 18. What a reload of 204. Buzzy little bee. It's based on M45, right? But it's 94 there. Is there anything that's 94? Or is it maybe based on a PF? That might be. Because that's the only one that will hit 94. What's this? Was it always based on this? I don't actually remember. Actually, can we have a closer look at this? Doesn't look like. I'm just checking messages there. So 400. Isn't that, so wait, what? Where are you getting your main stats from? Because this is a 370. Yeah, who cares? We'll just take them as they are from game. Reload of 150. Mosquito. Putting simple numbers in. So mosquito itself, 102. This is on the officers M9 based, but it's not the same. Oh, it's actually based on the military M9. I said it was based on the officer one, but actually no, yeah, it just has that extended mag that the officer one also kind of has. Okay, we have all this. I'll put it here. I'll put it here. I'll put it here. Let's put all of this here. Yeah, and then yeah, and then let's put these parts out and let's get this sorted. You wanna, when we eventually do the real one, because yeah, this is all subject to change and stuff will change, like guaranteed. I do want to also for pistols actually make a, and also likely for shotguns, just base damage like we have with MMRs, just the base damage comparison, because we do, you know, headhunter with some of them. Yeah, let's start sorting by ice. Sustains are easy for that part. These are a little bit more. It's because I can't select the furthermost out part. HZ to A. G Z to A. Let's plug all these back in. Okay, I'm going to catch up on chat for a second. Then I'll go look at actually what has happened here. And they say the stacks are multiplicative. Okay. If you try to pair it with negotiator. Yeah, that would kind of. That's actually interesting. Yeah, with negotiator would be because you kill like one thing, your other two marks are now also double marked. So I wonder if it double stacks the negotiator thing. So if you have three targets marked, right? You kill one of them. It applies a mark that mark onto the other ones, but it might actually as well double dip again onto that mark. So when you're shooting that enemy, you get the mark, and then it'll, when it's applying it to the enemy again as well, it's gonna double dip the mark. That would actually, yeah, we'd have to mess around with it. Let me catch up on some of this. I'm just take a look at the enemy that I explained there. Ag. Right, actually. Oh, there's hostile modifiers. Okay. Yeah, I have to like, we'll look at those all tomorrow. Let's pick that game during Expo sale. I'm excited to dive in. However, this is my first FPS game. Well, technically, this is a third-person game because yeah, we do shoot over the shoulder. Could anyone share some tips that could help me get started? Thanks in advance. Well, starting out, the game is pretty easy. So don't concern yourself too much. Just spend some time depending on. Actually, yeah, it's at the Xbox sale. So yeah, try getting aim dialed in a little bit on controller. That'll just take some time. You just have to just do it. Early on, the game is decently easy. If it is kind of like if you haven't played much in shooters and stuff, you might struggle a little bit more. One thing you can do is with Division, we have skills, which are these things. You'll start getting some pretty early on in the campaign and start unlocking them. You can kind of rely on them, especially going through the campaign. So especially a turret. So you have this assault turret. It's kind of, you just toss it, and it's kind of just, when it's there, it just shoots at enemies. And it just, doesn't do too much damage and such, but it's kind of okay. And you can also kind of pair that with this striker drone, which kind of does the same, but while flying around. So for instance, with Division, you can kind of rely on those things as like crutches for now, especially, yeah, the striker drone and the assault turret, because they're kind of out of fire, you just put them down and they kind of do their own thing. You don't really have to guide them. Like with the sniper turret and stuff, you have to aim it at the incinerator turret. You also kind of have to like place correctly and turn on and turn off. But yeah, with the turret and drone, you can get by pretty well. So someone we have here for negotiators. Okay, it doesn't double dip. Oh yeah, that would be kind of OP. But yeah, it wouldn't also be too weird for them to kind of leave those kind of stuffs in. Yeah, let's go back to pistols. Where we were. So, oh wait, did I get this number wrong? I'm 1911. 129854. 129. Actually, it's even higher. 854. But seeing as it's at the top, it's not going to matter. But although, well, that one is of course minus 2 mods. Actually, yeah, well, it's without any mods, right? It's just as magazine slot. Sometimes it doesn't want to take input. Just super annoying. Although yeah, that's that M1911, right? So yeah, that's fine. That being at the top, although yeah, you're giving up all the muzzle stuff, but that is actually. So military M9 also giving up 2 slots. This is also giving up a slot. Or well, 2 actually, right? I think it just has the underbarrel. Start our landing here. First wave PF45. How's that one landing here? Okay, but that one again has lots of crit chance. Kind of done the same thing here as well. Is kind of go with what you want. Used to be card 45 was just one of the best pick. Was yeah, it was the second on burst and it was the best on sustain. That's why, you know, all my pistols are either TDI card customs or card 45s. How's this officer landing and sustain? Okay, so that one's still pretty bad. But yeah, the cards kind of get moved down. You still want a TDI card custom, you know, for the parts when you use a TDI card custom. So that's not going to change. But for the rest of it, because where's this one landing? You can kind of choose whatever. The M45A1 is still likely the best choice because you can get 20 crit chance out of it, and this is like the first one with 20 crit chance just in the burst table, and then just it isn't too far down. But honestly as well, one of the things you could do is to have X45 because then you have 15 crit chance on that. And that lines up with ARs and stuff. So at least then, you know, you're still in the same crit chance range. Although actually has the PX4 as well, but the PX4... Where is the PX4 here? Even okay, just below it. Although it's a little bit higher on sustain, so... Honestly, it's basically... Like, especially for the non-headhunter stuff, or just, you know, just general use pistols, it's... Yeah, you can go M45, you can go X45, you can go PX4, you can go custom P45, but also even PF45, but also even the first wave PF45 because that's 10 crit chance, but that's so much higher. So you can kind of land with that one. Also, I'll be curious to see as well the 1911 because it doesn't sustain enough, but actually just the base 1911. Because, I don't know, you're giving up so much crit chance for that, though. Oh, yeah, it's basically, yeah. So, whichever one you kind of like. Because also, I think the X45s and the PF45, the first wave, and the other one, custom P45, PF45, they have drop-offs to 100 instead of like instant drop-offs. Like the card has a kind of like an instant drop-off. Like it has a drop-off that like goes... Actually, I can show that. Because like this has a drop-off like this where it kind of like drops off to half damage like below 100. And a bunch of the... Actually, want some of these might have it as well. A bunch of like those have it going to 100. Actually, we can craft a PF45 to show. Actually, X45 has it as well. Because they have drop-offs like this, where they drop off to 100. So actually, like, beyond the 16, they're already so much better because they don't drop off as fast. So there's no like real clear winner there, which actually I'm all for. Allows for much more. Like there's some clear losers. The M19 or the officer's M9 is still. Although the thing is, you do get that larger mag size, but that's not worth it if it's already like so much lower on sustain anyway. And most of the revolvers are much more for just headhuntering anyway. But honestly, so where's the snub nose here and where's it here? Yeah, no. So this is the thing. Like all of these revolvers and stuff are kind of, yeah, also the bottom of the barrel when it comes to sample the D50 of sustain. They lose way too much on sustain to just generally use. I think I'm going to just use a lot of M45s. 45A1s. Or tactical M1911, they're the same. At least, are they still the same? Because actually, they're not even differentiated in here, right? Because yeah, it's the M1911 and then goes M45, but yeah, there's the tactical M1911, but that's usually, that's paired with the M45. Because they also have cool skins anyway, so so we'll be swapping to a lot of those. Yeah, let me catch up. I feel like all the number balance at do you agree? I'm speaking over now. Yeah, on the high-end weapons, yes. A few exotics are a little bit weird. Especially, yeah, for instance, though, like looking at in between ARs, SMGs, LMGs, and rifles, because rifles are auto now as well. Out of all of those weapons, I would really only pick two. I would only really pick this bullet, the Bullet King here, and I would pick the Chameleon here. The Chameleon is already really high up on its damage here already, and also not losing too badly on sustain or other things. And then of course it has like a really high weapon talent, because in the past it used to be like 20% behind on burst, 25% behind on sustain, and then the talent kind of made up for that. If it is balanced like this, which also kind of like puts it in the pack like the rest, yeah, that's a little overkill. Because also actually, what are the mods on it now?
Let me be your one-stop shop.
Did they change the mods? I don't think they changed the touch the mods, right? It's still just 15 crit chance. Yeah, but yeah, that's enough. Like, it's the weapon talent on top. And yeah, the Bullet King being this high, yeah, it's truly the Bullet King. Because why would I use any of these LMGs when I can have the burst and the sustain that is this? Because, you know, on the Bullet King, the burst is its sustain, basically. So not ever having to reload and stuff as well is, you know, a benefit in itself. In the high ends, though, I actually feel, because honestly, with the other ones, like with the old lists, I have them like on the right here. On these old lists, even with the updated one, especially with the previous ones, it was like really bad. But because FAMAS was kind of like the top burster, and then it was like top 5 sustainer. So you would look at that and go like, FAMAS, yeah, of course. With these lists, actually, with the newer lists, I'm looking at them and I'm going, we could pick like several here, and it would just be much more like, which one do you prefer handling wise, and also like they're between burst and sustain. I actually really like their balancing on the main weapons. But yeah, exotics are a little bit, they seem to be balanced on their burst and sustain on the base of it, but not looking at the talent on top. But some of the exotic talents are like heavy, like Vindicator here as well. It's barely, you know, it would be kind of in the middle of the pack here on burst, but it has a talent that no talent can match in here. So it should be below, and then the talent should lift it up. So we'll see. We'll see how that happens, and like if I'm guessing it will not make it to the main game the way it is. We'll see though. Should be a higher tier than high-end weapons? No, they shouldn't be. With most games as well, exotics should do something special, something outside of the realm that you can just do with other weapons. Because if you just make them better, you're just locking them into just a slot. Like they can be, like Elmo and stuff we had, like be competitive with a lot of high-end weapons, but they shouldn't just be just outright better. But also keep in mind, this isn't just outright better. These are just, they make basically, you know, like I wouldn't even use a Oreo. And it, like if the numbers going as is, I would just use that Bullet King the whole time. There's also keep in mind that now a lot of the LMGs all of the, like a lot of weapons have been raised up in their crit chance to match up to high ends and stuff as well, and that matters as well. Because while the Elmo went down on its crit chance, crit damage, a lot of other weapons went up. Like Bullet King is now as well, it's 15 crit chance on itself. So it is just, it's not even losing that 10 crit chance that it used to versus high-end weapons. And, but yeah, it's as your favorite MG5 is still looking okay-ish. But yeah, like this category kind of needs a cleanup, but it has definitely moved down a little bit. Because yeah, it is like there on burst, where it used to be kind of higher. But it's still doing okay on because it got better reloads and stuff. So it's still doing okay on sustain now. So it's kind of a mid, like it's the consistent one. I'm still likely gonna stick with a lot in infantry MG5. It did lose its headshot bonus that it used to have, so that also comes in. But because for instance here as well, Negev. So this with the P is with the pouch. This is the rate of fire one. So yeah, if you have the pouch one, it's like less burst by a decent percent. It's like 4% less, no, 3% less. And then it has like 3% more sustain. No, actually, I'm looking at the wrong way. It says like it has like 0.5% more sustain. So you could go with either a Negev or infantry MG5 here and kind of be straddling that line. Is much more about like, do you want to have the 150 rounds before reload or the 100 round? Especially a fast stance infantry MG5 because the reduction in that reload thing. Fast stance MG5 has moved up a lot. So fast stance, I'm definitely like liking the infantry MG5 here. Yeah, let's because yeah, we got pistols in as well. That leaves just one. The funny thing is, on their end, of course, some intern over there, likely, although well, maybe a graphic designer, got roped in to do all of this and put all of these numbers into a chart like this and kind of make them look nice. Although they failed, because the funny thing is, up to here as well. Yeah, so this is all alphabetical. This is not alphabetical, but that's just the MG. Yeah, actually, that's not alphabetical at all. But like this was alphabetical, this was alphabetical, and then some aren't. So they got lazy at some point. But yeah, they had to take data from the game and fill these in, and now me as the intern has to go in as well and do it the other way around. What I might try to do is, I was thinking about it here as well, but I didn't have enough time to prepare or make some, or like figure that stuff out. You have, of course, OCR software that just can read this and give me the numbers. I would still need to copy paste it, of course. And also, like, that wouldn't even work with the spreadsheet. At least I could just copy the numbers over. But yeah, for if they do any changes to PTS2, I might just see about figuring that out, how we can just take OCR and just make it work. Let's get on this one. Yeah, because we have just marksman remaining. SR1 373 700. No, that was actually, that's this one. Oh, that was 700, 441, 461, 441, 461. SRS says 3840. Actually, we should do the rest of the stats here right away. Let's go back to model 700. 55.7. Uh, 705. 50. I already saw that this is the same for these ones, so let's put that there. Oh well, 398, of course. SR1 65 315 At least I don't have to go and get addressed yet. Obviously. My condolences to all those that did. Although, I mean, you can still use it. It's still a cool item to have. 67. 56360. Was that the SRS? Yeah. 700s, 34960, 39s. Otherwise, it will be way too high. So, oh, actually, we should, yeah. I will take those from in-game in a second, because we can also just plus 5% this one, right? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can just plus 5% these. Did I actually even do that, like, over here? No. So we're taking those numbers. Because yeah, some of these can have an internal mag, and internal mag can have a +5 weapon damage mod into there. Classic M40. 433 456. 433 456. 55.5. 42950. 42950, and this is the same for all of these. Wait, how does the hunting M49 have the same reload? Or the carbon, or the custom? Yeah, the custom used to have a second faster reload because it is magazine based. I feel that is a mess up there. So 417 588, 417 588. That can get to both these. Tactical 308, 313 387, 313 387. That's a 9. 77. 30450. 450. SVD 156626. 156626. 260 10. 10. Oh, actually, no. So 260 15. Actually, we should do that with all of them, of course. Well, actually, did they touch any of the mag sizes? No. I could have just... No, we're just going to copy this over. I did it earlier. So the order is still the same. So, they still have the same mag sizes. SVD. 285.50. 50. G28. 206. 376. 206. 376. 182. Oh no. Care about the max size. 3.6 and 50. 50. SOCOM. Mark 20. 145. 145. 815. 275. 499. Oh, 499. Jesus. 499.55. It's not. It's a big change. Going SRS as well, going from 3 to 5.6. Like those are some reloads. I wonder if the Dread Edict and stuff also got carried over to them. Actually, no, the SVD is still a quicker, decently quick. Where's the G28? That's a much slower reload than the Mark. This was the SRS. SVD. Okay. Let's get the. Well, actually, let's already do this. Is this times 1.05? Is this times 1.05? So actually just put this as just not showing numbers behind the dot, something like that. Keep it clean. Yeah, let's do the exotic. And Nemesis is of course not in the stash. I was from, I mean, I still am kind of looking for address here. Let's see, 156. So yeah, that's going to be the same as this one. Oh, that's for the Dread Edict. 0, 10. Let's speed of 2.28. Okay. Mantis 380. Oh, that's actually pretty steep reduction there for the Mantis, likely. 380. It's not too bad. Wait, the SRS is also just only go. Wait, no, what? Okay. Yeah, Mantis was unlocked into Mantis at a different base and everything else. Because I didn't share base with. Which makes sense because yeah, talent-wise, it's pretty strong. But it hasn't really changed, which means with the rest kind of coming down, Mantis just in comparison has gone up. Let's see. 4.69, although yeah, no what? It's getting that SRS reload now. Wow, 4.69. I'm like curious now. Like, this is an LMG level reload now on this thing. Look at your character just taking their time, just chilling, just doesn't like this big like. Like, look at this character reloading. It's been a long day, guys, okay? I'm tired. I'm going as fast as I can. Compare that to actually another RPK or something, but just, you know. Yeah, it's like something that has a decent reload here. SMG or something. I mean, well, we can't take a exotic, of course, but because that's like LMG levels reloads. Just taking my time. No hurry. Yeah, that's a long one. Yeah, let me actually get you in chat as I see. Benji Chef. How do we get the new ASR? That's gonna be. Do you mean in the PTS? Because I haven't checked yet, but I'm gonna guess it's gonna be in the PTS cache at the vendor. But yeah, you do need to be in the PTS, of course, to get it now. And then next season, if you mean just how we eventually get it, that's gonna be likely just from this season. Did they fix their things, or is this still no? Right, this is still. And there's some new items in this one, so maybe it is in this one. But usually it would be in this one.
I'm happy to have made
Even though it's kind of always annoying to pop this one. One thing you can do is once it starts doing this, you can just press and hold escape and just strike. Oh, there's actually just only the new season stuff, so yeah. Oh, that's nice actually. It used to be like way more stuff. When I get rid of a bunch of them, we'll. Oh, actually, oh yeah, we didn't know actually what weapon these new talents would be on. Actually, this being on a Carbine 7, being on a GR9 like this is useless, but this being on a Carbine 7, because yeah, I was kind of wondering what the named items were going to be. They haven't shown it yet. I'll show you a bit bigger. But yeah, it's the drill and the cricket. Well, the drill and cricket. There's no da there. That was this 2, because yeah, on this perfect version, it's a little less bad, because when you have to have 3 kills to get this activated for 5 seconds. But right, yeah. Still trying to dictate range like that, although the whole season is kind of based around range, right? So, this thing almost looks like a sniper rifle. It does look cool, actually. Hey, and for once as well, we have the exotic actually having the skin already. But yeah, the
Pleasure to see you.
PTS cache, they're actually doing it correctly now. So gives you a bunch of items, and then
Glad we got that.
only the. It used to give you a lot more items as well. So I'm just gonna do this real quick. Oh wait, it's showing. Because these usually just pictures like this, but yeah, it's actually showing the cache style. Those will actually look a lot better if they did it here and made every cache look different. I don't think currently, because you can't really see reconstructed caches outside of lists and stuff. But yeah, let's go back to, because we were busy on this. Let's finish this up, and then I'm also kind of reaching the end of my time, kind of, because I still need to eat and shower and get out of here, and I need to kind of be there a little past 7, and it's 5 o'clock now, so we have kind of like an hour. Emi Mars, yeah, so Sacrum, man, that Mantis reload, yeah. Because what is the SVDs or SRS's reload now? 563. Yeah, no. Don't do that. Keep it competitive. Or just give the Mantis a different one. Just a much shorter one. Sacrum. 206. Is that the same as G28 here? Yeah. So 180. We have 20 meg. We have a 60. And then we have 218. And all the nemesises are on this character. So yeah, 940. That's likely its old number still. So we can just actually yeah, for most of these I should have just. Although let's make sure as well this. 50, 60, I want to reload 256. Okay. Let's for now cut these out. Well, actually, let's already. Now let's fix these up first and then we'll copy it here. Format by B, Z to A. And Sacrum and Dread switch places there. I actually have to do this, Z to A. Okay. Well, the Model 700 is still at the top. The White Death is of course going to beat it because it has much higher headshots. So yeah, White Deaths are back on the menu, boys. Sure, let me catch up on a bunch of stuff because I was kind of I wasn't actually caught up at all. See, cringe there. I don't even remember what I did there. Right? If the one says to test new game systems like the modifiers, they should unlock them right away, especially if there's a limited window in which we can test going through the journey missions in order to get the active modifiers is within this. Complete 10 descent loops or complete 20. It's fine. Rations is but not for that. Yeah, they should have just done that, but likely they did. Like that would have required some work on their part, so they just didn't do it. We're gonna at least see all of them and stuff because, yeah, honestly as well, like we won't really know until we actually get to really try them out. Should I put the chat in that corner? Neither have I. I'm gonna cannot find it in Ubisoft Connect. That was some kind of first come thing. Have you tried restarting the Ubi Connecting? Sometimes you need to restart it before it shows it up. But afterwards, it should show up in your like list of owned games, and you can just install it from there. It might also be hidden because of that. If you're like close that like thingy, you have to like there's like the header thing. You click it, and then like it shows all of the not installed games. And a hard metal. Let's go with that. Although, yeah, as well, depending on how big your list is. For me, actually, I don't have that many Ubisoft games. So it's not that big. But yeah, if you don't see it in the list, try restarting Ubi Connect. Sometimes that is required. If you haven't done so yet. But yeah, if you've had your system restarted or anything, because yeah, preload already started, like PTS is completely open already. So it's not even preloading it now. You can just download it. Something here. So where was that even question earlier? Yeah. Want to just wait for final changes because we want to know now for knowing now. Well, likely as well, like going from this to PTS Phase 2, they'll likely just change a few things. So then already, like the pre-work is done. But for now as well, like I for myself, I need to to like even say anything about anything, I kind of need these charts set up so we can kind of like we can say simple stuff like these. Like for this, we don't need this whole chart, but especially in ARs and stuff like that, you kind of need the full list to actually get the full picture. And what they're putting out, of course, does not have like burst and sustain metrics or damage per mag or like the fast hands versions of them. So yeah, let's actually fix this up, although this is just we have all the things here, so we can just do this and then so but also this would be sacrum. Oh no, sacrum would be G28. Yeah, no. G28. This would be this one. Sacrum. No, SVD. Just like Red Edict was the same. Okay. Edict. SVD. And SVD 15.
Physical and verbal violence inside the perimeter will not be tolerated. Violators risk permanent expulsion from the secure area.
Actually, no, likely all of them will have that. I'm actually checking the stash now already. This is such a short list, we can just do it as we go. Because they're going to have different reload, because these reload mags or these increased mag sizes do not affect actually, yeah, I need to. Where did they go? Well, no, actually, these two do, but on the SVD it doesn't. Okay, so we need to watch out just for that. So we need to take for the sacrum this one. And then for the G28s, we need this other one. And this is the 20, and this is the 40. And then also, so this is a 327. This is a 360, and then so 327 for the other one. That's these we can already have. So I go come. Oh, I need to get that one. And the handiness of having one of every weapon, but I wouldn't recommend it unless you're actually keeping lists like I am there. So that's the reason I do have one of every weapon, is just whenever changes happen, I can actually check within game. So this SOCOM is gonna be this. Well, actually, we can put this in both. This is gonna be 20 round one. That's gonna be 4. Oh no, this one's gonna be the 499. And this is gonna be 384. Not that we need that level of correctness, but might as well. Might as well get it right. Get this out of here. And then let's sort everything. And then we have an actual completed set. It only took forever. Although, I mean, it actually this time is not as bad as... well, the thing is, it's a much bigger set because we also had pistols and shotguns, but per thing... did I sort this yet? No. We need to sort it first, and then we put that back. It took a lot more time with the Project Resolve ones because they didn't give us the numbers outright. I had to go in and actually check every single number to make sure that, you know, and like 80% was not just flat plus 10% and stuff. So, although here as well, with the final version, I don't care enough with this version, but with the final version, I'll give it a pass and check against in-game as well. Because just because they put numbers up there does not mean that that's actually the number that went into the game. But that is a ton of extra work, which, yeah, we'll do with the final version or whenever we have closer to the final version. So ours, we have them here. Did much change actually here? Actually, all the MMRs are kind of a little bit lower, but again, as a little bit understandable because they have to wait, are those both 228s? 228. Feel one is wrong here. Wait, what went wrong here? Because G28 should be 180, and this one isn't. What did I do wrong? The SVDs should be 260. It's an annoying thing working on a list that is already kind of ordered in a weird way because 260, 260, 260, 180, 180, 180. Wait, did I sort this wrong? Or did I not just select everything? What broke here? 180, 180, 180. But then why is it? Because this other one seems correct. Like that list seems correct. Or did I just not paste them here at all? 280, 280, 28, 228, 228. So this is this one and this one. And then this should be 156s. Which as well, look at this thing. It's interesting actually. The SVD went from like being one of the higher damage ones to actually one of the lower damage ones. On just the base damage. But yeah, this also dropped the 180s. Is it right now? So yeah, this is 180, 180, 180. So that's lining up. Yeah, let's try now. I feel this one, whoever did this was just also at the end of their thing and we're like just balance them. Look at that, like it's just 100 and then 98% and 91%. So yeah, but that makes it look correctly, right? Because also on burst, this doesn't matter. All of this other stuff we're putting in here doesn't matter because it's just that base. So it's gonna line up like this. Doesn't matter if it has big mag or not, because that only matters here. Any of these? I mean, none of these are kind of usable. Kind of curious as well. Now that we have them in my inventory, now that we have them there, let's go here for a second, because they made these things auto as well. I'm kind of curious. Let's go to G28. That's legitimately like, so even if we were to want to, for instance, do this and that. Let's have a skin now. Good luck. Yeah, these things are not usable. I mean, you could maybe like put so much weapon handling on a build that it doesn't care that it's but we just look at the reticule. Doesn't really close up. But yeah, most shots are still kind of landing. And yeah, no, I messed up the second I said that. But yeah, these things, them being in the list of weapons that also went full auto, this was my expectation, and it's kind of my expectation coming out. This is also the slowest rate of fire of the ones. So let's go to this thing. I don't want too much stability on it because I kind of want to see how it actually plays. This one does have a cool skin. You know, this isn't so much aiming as more just a general direction you're sending them in. You're just going, I want bullets like in that general direction. I feel there are weapons where if you just hip fire them, they'll be more accurate than these. Let's actually wait. Let's actually accurate. Actually, accuracy would be the bloom size, right? So let's actually accuracy this one up. Because as well, we have mods now that add a lot more to accuracy. Because yeah, we can have 90 accuracy just with 3 mods. You have to remember those kind of things as well. But do I even have this? Oh yeah, I do have the Riker skin on this. You know, actually. Although yeah, the amount of like that costs you 15 crit chance. Like if you were to want to do that on a red build. Let's actually do that with the G28. Because these are now big numbers, like the accuracy mods and stuff being 30 each, like some of the stability mods being like 40 for -10 optimal range. You can almost consider them here and there. Okay, it's more the SVD. This thing is not. How does its accuracy bar look? Okay, and what is the SVD actually? Okay, the SVD is just more accurate. I always thought this would be more accurate than it. Because you know what? Like this is bad, but this is like. If it's okay-ish on damage, but it's not, right? Yeah. Because for the same price, let's say, because you have this 6, 7, 8 burst, you could just be in a rifle, just be much higher. So you wouldn't still, but it could be an interesting thing to do. Yeah, let's put a bunch of our junk away. Just later on if I need them. Also, let's put a Nemesis in here just because she has all of them, because I was trying to get there you go as well. Address, yeah, but yeah. Likely Benjamin. It does require some adjustment. Actually, I'm curious about this. So, and does this have a timer? Actually, yeah, it does have a timer there. Does it say how much this timer is? Alright, no, but it does, like, it's like 10 seconds or something there. I could see this for spawn camping and stuff. Definitely. I mean, that's a thing we do a lot anyway with activities and stuff, so. Let's actually do its stats. Because yeah, this one, of course, is still missing from there. Actually, we can already as well. Let's quickly. Although we can just do it in the AR section here. Fix these up. So yeah, this is going to be 24 as well. Yeah. These same formulas there. So that's 4. And then these calculators in here. This one's right. This one. Yeah. And these two go. Yeah. Okay. So what was this thing called even? Strega. 57.6. It's gonna be just fine. Usually everything will be full. I will double check. 735 optimal, 40 max size, and 178 reload. And it only has 5 crit chance and 5 crit damage. We'll need to add that actually in here, because we'll need to much more differentiate between that as well. So yeah, now that we have those numbers, let's actually put those here and here, actually, with the name as well. So you see where it just lands on like base stats. Eventually we need to, of course, check this on gear, because it has different crit chances and crit damages than let's say an eagle bearer or an Elmo. H. G. Huh. Wait, is it just the exact same as the fall, basically, right? Yeah, 670. So while it is top burster, you have to keep in mind that this this is just 5 CHC and 5 CHD, whereas this one already is 10 CHC and 30 CHD. Even before talents and anything, just mod wise. 15. So I should put these in because Chameleon is just 50 CHC. Of course, has a talent base around it, and then 15 CHC, 15 CHD. Bighorn is a big fat 0. Bighorn is actually kind of getting shafted here, although its talent is going up a little bit, but that's not going to be enough, I think. Yeah, these are just balanced on their burst, and that's actually the bad way of doing it because they have different person sustains. Chameleon and Eagle Bearer, and especially Chameleon, is really still a lot stronger than even this talent. Because keep in mind that it's not on the first kill, it's only on the second kill. It's also, it kind of depends on how the killing for it works, because if it's based, I mean, it's based on your kill, so. It's basically personal. And yeah, when you're solo, it is an unkill talent. So when you're solo, yeah, it's kind of easy to just, get all the kills. When you're competing for them, it can still work, but now you're competing for the kills. And like just now how the Chameleon now is a little bit too high. But once that gets brought back, yeah, this is actually not in a bad place, because then it's comparing to yeah, let me actually move the chat to the side. So then it's comparing to like kind of the Eagle Bear and the Chameleon, or well, if the Chameleon gets moved back, Eagle Bear and Saint Elmo. Although Saint Elmo is just worse than the Eagle Bear, basically, in most ways at that point. But then it's a little bit behind because of its crit chance crit damage, and then makes up for it for its talent. But yeah, you have to be making real use of its talent, which, if you're just in a lot of stuff, you're not. If you're fighting a rogue fight where you have like 2 rogues, by the time you kill the first one, in that time you would have been better off just a damage talent that would come in right away. So situationally, but you can make that work. You could have this AR and then a fast dance AR or something. Yeah, let me catch up on some of the chat, as I was very much in my own mind. Tried the virtual gear set? No, I haven't tried any of the gear sets or really any of the new like gameplay things like this. I've just been hooked. Like I'm in the basement, locked up with some spreadsheets. That's basically what happened for today, and that's likely as well. I only have like 21 minutes, so at most. So we're gonna go towards an ending here, but this thing is done for now. For those wondering where it is, actually, I'm gonna take away the under construction of it. And it's living in the burst and sustain tables. I'll direct link to this thing. But yeah, it's just in the where the other burst and sustain tables already are. It's in there. So for those interested, you can parse through it and kind of, that's what it's for as well. Just keep in mind though that yeah, the reload speeds, I should actually put that somewhere. The reload speeds are based on their stats for some weapons. So for all of the ARs and SMGs that use like Big Macs, that'll line up. Now actually for LMGs, it should be lower because they don't get a reduction of 10% reload when you get a big mag on them. So this number would be lower just because the 10% you have from watch. And generally I put like level 40 stats here. So it's not just the base stats, it's actually like what I would consider useful stats. As a permanent said there as well, indeed. The exotics and stuff, like the new ones, are just in PTS. But yeah, if you are on PC, you can jump into PTS. Or you should be able to. Oh, well, I think, did they fix the Steam thing? Can people from Steam jump into PTS? Because I think last time around still was like if you had the game only on Epic and on Steam. Or well, I mean, you don't only have them there, but if you bought them through there, you didn't get access to PTS. Did they fix that? How much would negotiate to another site and is already empty and share to another market? I was kind of considering that as well, but I'm gonna leave that testing for tomorrow. We'll definitely test that. Somebody already, I think, said they watched somebody else's video and it doesn't, but you know, we'll want to test it for ourselves as well. Because yeah, for instance, DTA, of course, and stuff does. I'm guessing likely not because it's an amp. So the thing that does like double dip is damage to armor, and this is just the amp. So, but what I would also want to see is if it's. Although actually we can yeah, let's quickly, because we can squeeze that in still here. So because I'm on glass vigilance, right? Yeah, so we're gonna have the same hit over and over again. So if we have here, just turn on damage numbers. What am I doing? I want a crit hit. Oh, these are all enemies already went. Yeah, let's wait for this to go off. Or can I reset them? Does that? Okay, yeah. So if we have here, so we have 107,9,471. So that's our first crits. We'll only look at crits here because we can already get it out from there. That is our second crit. 1, 2, 4, 1, 3, 9, 2. Okay, now if we have that stack, and then let's say. Oh, so I need it to be DTH, so let's kill this guy. Yeah. So this guy has 2 stacks now, right? So that's 401403312. Oh, let's even kill one more. Uh, 1, 5, 6, 5, 2, 3. Actually, you know what? Let's take it all the way. Because we have only 5 stacks, right? So was any of these against armor? I didn't pay attention. Should have paid attention to that. I think that second kill was. No, I didn't get the. Oh, we can double check the numbers in a second as well. Let's already get some numbers in here. 172 71 54. Okay. Use this guy to kill. So it's 107. So this is then the second one, 1241. Okay, so that's that one. 140. Yeah, that's that one. And then 156. That one. And then 170. But actually, there's even another one. Okay, so. Oh, it stacks 5 times, of course. The first time was then the base number. 188 9074. I think I already see. It's this one divided by this one. And let's actually copy that over and over and over and over. Oh, actually, no, it is additive. So yeah, it's not multiplicative to itself. Percent. Am I not seeing it? There we go. So yeah, this thing. Because if it was multiplicative to itself, each step forward would be 15%. Like that's how multiplicative is. And yeah, seeing as each step forward is not that, what you actually have is that, because this is per step, but if we do is this number divided by this number, that's 74%, and actually, if we keep, this is 25, yeah, so we will lock that 25 in, and copy this to here, and here, and here. We can more clearly see that it's just an additive stack. So this is like 15%, 30%, 145 of the original number, but yeah, not per step. So here. Step versus original. Verdict. Additive self. Although we need to actually check as well if it's, I mean, I'm going to put that here already, but separate multiplayer. We need to actually check that it's not going into any other pool. Like it says here that it's AMP, but that doesn't always mean that it is. It might be interfering with like DT. Actually, I have DTA and DTOC. I don't know. We have DTH from the gun itself. So actually, yeah, that covers all stats. So. Yeah, let's actually catch up here again. But yeah, we'll do the negotiator testing tomorrow and stuff, just because that will take a little bit of time. This thing will be. The thing is, in legendary, you also kind of want that first kill to be there, because while this is kind of cool, keep in mind that like, I mean, well, the thing is also in legendary, like if you're four-manning, like if you're soloing it, yeah, if you're four-manning it, you're competing for these kills. These kills only activate when you get the kill with this weapon. Also, do you retain, is it the debuff on the enemy actually? Let me check. Yeah. Let's kill that guy. So if we kill this guy and swap away. Wait, can I just, what is this? Wait, Now we need to test this because I would have expected it to fall away, kind of pestilence style, the second you swap away from the weapon, but it stays up on the enemy. Does this? Can you do this? Can you? Because that would be actually kind of. Because yeah, let's actually get a let's get some reds just so. This is a 1.3 million crits. So if I kill this guy, okay, and put it over there, 1.49, which yeah sounds about right for like a 15% increase. Wait, so can you spread this and then maybe like Regulus shot someone and get like a super high headhunter stack? Like that actually sounds kind of interesting. Just for shenanigans sake, they shouldn't. They like the buff should drop the second you swap weapon. Like that would be the simple way of working, like not causing issues for yourself. So yeah, that's kind of weird. Let me catch up on to some other this thing. But yeah, for instance, it's like solo legendary or something stuff. But yeah, when you're competing with enemy or for enemy kills on allies, please keep it in English, but also please keep just the chat like kind of like non-political. Partially as well. Like I just the language you wrote there, I can't read it, so I can't know what it is. So I removed your message. If you obviously you won't be able to, as far as I know. Yeah, I was wondering if they had fixed it for this one because they could just give people access. That used to always be the case. Either people on Steam or Epic could not get access. You have the key to open the chest at the end of Paradise Lost. You get the key for completion. So, but yeah, you on a weekly, but that's on a weekly reset per character. You get a key upon completion. When you kill the lovebirds, that pop-up that you get, that's when you get the key. Yeah. And it still, I think, resets on Sunday night. So Monday, basically. So between Sunday and Monday. How to get the most tactical assessment fast. Getting the blueprints is generally one of the better ways. Otherwise, bounties is like one way you can farm for them. But especially getting the blueprints and then watch alting or just getting a bunch of resources for them. The blueprints make it a lot faster too. But with ND, yeah, we'll test that a different day because yeah, I'm kind of running out of time. I kind of got to eat real quick, grab a shower, and I'll be off to work. But we got a lot of shit done. That's good. As we, so I'm also in the background, just quickly gonna go looking for who we're gonna raid in a second. And then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Likely a little bit later than I started today because tonight it's also going to be quite late for me. And I need some more sleep than I got this today. So, and then yeah, actually we're going to go and play the actual video game. And also, yeah, I still need to watch the stream that they did. I still haven't watched that. I've literally just spent some time just, updating these spreadsheets as, so it took a few hours, but well worth it. At least now we kind of have some answers. Yeah, especially I'm very happy overall with their balancing of high ends. Their exotics, they seem to just be balanced on burst, but without consideration for the talents. And also, for instance, these weapons being especially the LMGs, like them being so high on burst, especially this bullet king, where the burst is basically its sustain. Yeah, that is that can't go into the game like that. Same for the chameleon. The chameleon is kind of like all of these ARs are kind of on their burst, kind of close to each other, and that shouldn't be the case. The chameleon's talent is much more damage than a lot of things around it. Same for the Strega, actually. The Strega should be at least 10% behind on the Eagle Bearer, at the very least, because now this is one of the top picks, because while you do lose a little bit of crit chance, crit damage, that amp, like in general play, if you're doing, you know, activities and stuff and you can spawn camp, or you have just enemies close to each other. But then for a lot of stuff, this will be not that great. You know, for the initial hunters on Countdown, this is completely useless. You'll debuff the air after you kill that that thing. So there is stuff like that. So there is some balancing factors to this. I'll also be curious to actually trying this out, because this seems also a lot. So I feel this Strega should be like 10% behind the rest. And then like its talent kind of lifts us up. This chameleon should be 20% behind the rest, and then its talent lifts it up. But yeah, we'll kind of see what happens with those things. Yeah, let's I'm gonna go a Raiden. I think we're gonna go with, actually, let me check in the category. Although I saw some name there already that I might grab. Don't know if they're actually curious what they're actually doing. I would love to send to somewhere where there's also PTS happening, but I don't think Stellar is actually in PTS, or it might be. No, it doesn't look like it. But yeah, we'll just rate Stellar as I always enjoy his gameplay and him being there. And yeah, we got the burst and sustain tables done tomorrow. I wanted to actually do it today, but yeah, actually, I realize now that it was maybe a little bit too greedy of me. I wanted to, because yeah, one of the things we kind of have to check is what strikers will kind of become now with this. What better setups can we make? Because we have vigilance. Like if this is just 20% additive, we'll just put vigilance here. And then also what Heartbreaker now is, what Ongoing Directive now is, how much of a buff it actually is to Negotiator in actuality, kind of also in play. So yeah, we'll figure all those kinds of things out tomorrow, and then also I'll kind of play the game, actually. But yeah, for now, I'm going to send everybody on the Twitch end over to Stellar. I hope you guys enjoy. I won't be back in the evening, as I normally would say at this point. I'll be back in the evening. I won't be because yeah, I'm going off to work. And that's also what I was missing yesterday. And but tomorrow I'll be free completely, so I'll be working the entire day, or well, streaming likely the entire day. Might actually just get a bunch of food and just stream the entire day. Might do like a 12-hour stream and just we'll just get through it. And Monday as well, I'll likely be able to stream for a lot of time. So we'll get there with all the testing we need to do. But yeah, for now, enjoy yourselves some Stellar, and I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good day.